Trying something a little bit different today. Just hanging out. So, anybody who has any questions or wants to talk, I'm here so we can do it. Hope you're all having a great day. I'm just kicking back and relaxing. Enjoying my Saturday. I see there's a lot of people on here. Get on your mat, Cairo. On your mat. Lay down. Lay down. On here on YouTube, that literally just have Ask Me Anythings where they just sit down and chat. Some people even do sleep streams, oddly enough. So, why not give it a try? Not sleep streams, but hanging out. Hope you guys can see and hear me all right. They just replaced the Wi-Fi in my local area and basically screwed it up, so I've had to turn it off most of the time. So I hope this is a little better for you. But I'm here to answer any questions you got. Go ahead and shoot. Or pew pew, whatever. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, anybody there? Anybody? Hello, hello. I'm here to answer any and all questions you have, talk about anything you want to talk about. So, yeah. Hello, Ash. How you doing? Hey, Megan. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Now, it's been a little bit since I've live streamed. Hey, Glinsky. How you doing? Chiron, get on your mat. Lay down. Nice to meet you too, Ash. We sure are, Megan. Hello, Mongol. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm here to chat, answer any questions you guys have, what have you. Hang out. I'm doing all right, Ash. Doing all right. Life is okay. In fact, life is pretty good. My din is just a bag of chips and protein bar. Pretty simple today. Yeah, I had a pretty big lunch, so, a small din makes sense. What's for din for you? Hi, how you doing, I Show Latino Speed? I'm doing all right. I am watching you guys. Hanging out, answering questions. Steak and baked potatoes, very nice. Doing great, I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah, I was just looking at some houses. Let's see, where are you from? I live in California, Roseville area. 2 lines and a Marlboro. Oh gosh. I need to go grab something. I will be right back, guys. I also need to push my bed aside so it's not shaking you. be right back. And Glensky was talking about my book. I'll show it to you guys here in just a second. It's first of many. There we go. That should help. Cut it out, Atlas. Alrighty. I'm back. My girlfriend wanted me to check some emails, so I'm gonna do that in a second. This is my book right here, Black and White: The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books. It's also available in audiobook. Grab a copy, let me know what you think. Many more to come once I get some good sales under my belt. And your reviews are like gold to me, so if you'll do me a favor and give me some reviews on Amazon.com or somewhere else, I would be infinitely grateful for it. You're from Miami? Very nice. The second book will be coming out once I get a decent number of sales for this one. And I'll say that that number will be 3,000. But you guys want to know... Excuse me. You guys want to know what's actually happening behind the scenes? I'm just going to tell you straight up. I tell you in this book. It's real. Wow. That's a nice one. Hello, Sean. How you doing? No, I live in California, Mello. Let's see here. Yeah, looks good. Good afternoon, Dylan. You're from Nigeria. Rock on. Welcome from Nigeria. Glad to have you here hanging out. Let's see. 610 Hackmore. Like 10 minutes away, probably. Oh, yeah, it's super close. Damn. Just 9 minutes away. Can I skate? I'm like, I've never skateboarded, if you're wondering that. I used to skate, like, in skating rinks, you know, with roller skates. Not like a pro-ad or anything. My favorite food, Mello, I love all types of food, but if I had to, gun to my head, pick one, it would probably either be pizza or some type of Mexican food. Hey, nobody really CS. How you doing? Did you hunt for illegal? Have to have a gun? I mean, I have never hunted before, but it's not illegal to have pew-pews here. It looks really good. Dang. Do I play console? If so, what's your favorite game? I don't play console hardly at all. my brothers really like console. Like my brother Alan and my brother Brandon, they love console. I just don't. I'm PC Master Race. But if I were to pick a game that I like on console, it would probably be Fallout 4. I don't know. See, I know I don't. I play it so seldom that I can't think of any other games. Yeah, that's legit. Dang. Backdoor exit only. I remember you've. Um. Hi Scott, how you doing? Thank you, honey. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Um, it's pretty mild outside, 72 degrees. Pretty clear skies on a Saturday here in Roseville, California. Hey Darren, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing good. Didn't miss anything. We only just started. Hello, Amanda. Welcome everybody else that's here. Everybody. If you're new here and are so inclined as to subscribe and like, thank you. I'm greatly appreciative and welcome to the family. But keep in mind, you will have to actually manually go to my channel yourself to find the videos because YouTube does not push my videos, even if you're subscribed. Bro, Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, love your channel. Thank you, Texas still. Rock on, Leslie. Welcome to the family. Glad to have you here. Hello, little Lafu fan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I haven't seen you here before. Yeah. My favorite color is forest green if I had to pick one, but I like all colors. It's hard to pick. Bright colors especially. What's up, Bien? Been a little bit. How you doing? Is California pretty expensive? Like, what's the typical rent? Arkansas, you can get studio. Oh yeah, so typical rent where I live. Of course, it depends on the size of the house that you're gonna get. But let's say that you're trying to get like a 2,000 square foot house where I am, where I live. You can expect to pay between $2,500 and $4,000 a month. Saw you was SR Rulers Live, Amanda. Yeah. What about forest green? I just joined. If I had to pick the color, it'd be my favorite. Hi, Jonathan. Everything's good, yeah. Why are you calling him a poop poop head? pay 1,400, 2,000 square feet. Yeah, it's expensive here, but this is like one of the best places to live in the world, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. You're so funny, Mike Jones. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's rich. It's a rich color. Red 40 synthetic food dye owns you. You don't want to know. I would not be able to tell you, Jonathan. I don't really watch football. Must be. Let's see. How you doing? Nobody really. I saw the ruler is mean. It's not about him today. What? He seems pretty pleasant to me. Evening's going all right. Sure. That's why I'm here, to answer all y'all's questions, whatever they may be. Did he call you a code? I don't know what that is, Darren. I only think of Mountain Dew Code Red. Jonathan, I am straight and I have a girlfriend. Thank you for the 100, nobody. Woo! And another one. 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 Times 12, 13, 14, 15. Thank you so much. Woot woot. Dang, man. Rock on. Thank you for the heart, Megan. Woo! Appreciate y'all. Win to both y'all. What are you talking about, Sonia? I didn't see anything in need of being deleted. Unless they're talking about somebody else. There we go again. Thank you so much, nobody. Woo! You're known everywhere, huh? Oh. Rock on. Hey, man, you can't fault him for trying if that's what he's into. You're somebody, really? Indeed you are. Nobody is nobody, really. Hey. Everybody is somebody. Even if that somebody is nobody. But there is no such thing as nobody, because everyone's somebody. Anybody's somebody. Everybody's somebody. Nobody's nobody. Ha! All good, Darren. It happens. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Indubitably. Cole, come on, man. That's not funny. Are you 14? Are you going to State Fair? I don't live there, dude. I live in California. You're not funny, Cole. I don't know why you say that, James Bond. Thank you for the 100 and another one. That's got to be like 100 hundreds. See what I did there? Ah, going to do when I see SR. What are you going to do? And another one. And another one. Woot woot. Cheers, brother. Yeah, I'm looking at some properties right now, trying to figure out places I want to buy. Now, the primary options when they go on the market are the houses right next door to me, because I'm trying to build a compound here in this court. I already have two houses, this one and the one next door. But yeah, you need to get everybody here in the family. You can get houses in your own name, and then get yourself an LLC to get apartment complexes. And another one. And another one. Woo! And that's kind of what I'm doing. Did you answer, Darren? What are you doing? Thank you for the like. So glad to have you all here. If you want to just hang out, lurk, that's fine. But I'm here to answer questions if you got any. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys ever had Hormel's Chormels? My mom got these a couple weeks ago. She wanted to give them a try. They're not bad. They're really not. 100 calories, 10 grams of protein apiece. Macros are pretty good. They're protein candies. But yeah, seems to be a pretty new company. I like it because sometimes you're not trying to eat an entire, 200 calorie whatever protein bar. Sometimes you just want a little treat. And it fits that bill. So it's pretty good. I like it. And then, of course, I've also got my Quest protein chips right here. I buy a lot of Quest products because they're incredibly high protein or very, very good macros. Most of their items are. Most of their protein bars and their protein chips. They also have some protein crackers, some protein cookies, all that fun stuff. But my favorites are the protein chips and the protein bars. So like this one, 140 calories and 20 grams, 19 grams of protein. That's like 4 calories per gram. So that's 60, almost 60%. Oh, what was that? So 2 or 8 out of 14. So that's like 57%, 56. Very good macros, in other words. When you're trying to get yourself in shape and you're exercising and lifting weights and stuff and trying to eat right, the macro ratio that's really ideal if you're a person like, say, Brian Shaw, who's a strong man, is like 25% protein, 40% fat, and then the remainder it would be carbohydrates. Now, if you're trying to do lower carbohydrate, then you could do a 40-30-30. 40% fat, 30% carbohydrate, and 30% protein, and that's usually what I target. I'm trying to get around 30 to 35% protein per day for my calories, and this helps me a lot with that. Like today, once I'm done with this, I'll be sitting at just under 2,000 calories and I think 160, 170 grams of protein, somewhere around there. I try to eat healthy, like I said. And generally speaking, I do. I eat healthy when I'm home so that when I go out and travel, I can actually enjoy myself. And it works out pretty well. I just got back from Reno. You know, went there to celebrate my dad's birthday. We do that very often, like pretty much every year. It's just what my dad loves to do. We tried going to Boomtown at first because they told us we could live stream and record there. But the moment we got there, the manager came in and Karen'd us, so we had to leave. And we're not going to go back there again. So we thankfully were very easily able to get a hotel room at the Atlantis, which is my parents' favorite casino, and we stayed there for the days instead, and it worked out pretty well. We also visited the Pepper Mill one of those days, and the Pepper Mill's great. The Pepper Mill is where people like NG Slot, Vegas Matt, and others like to go. They celebrate their birthday parties there and stuff like that. It's a great casino, really large casino floor. It's like really big, giggity, and and there's a lot of restaurants there too. It's very high class, so I see why they like it so much. And the slots are usually not that bad. They actually are pretty loose, usually. But when we went there this time, it wasn't the greatest, for one reason or another. Maybe it was just not our days. But as always, the Atlantis treated us really well. We went there and did not lose too much money, so it was a pretty good thing. You never go gambling expecting to make money. That's a fool's errand. You go gambling expecting to have fun, and if you make money while doing it, then that's a nice little added bonus. And thankfully, we had a good time. didn't spend more than we expected. So, in fact, it was far less than we expected. That, in addition to free rooms and half of our meals being comped and getting a bunch of comp multiples and all this stuff, they treat you really well at the Atlantis. It's good, especially when you get higher up in the car the player tiers. My mom and dad are Royal Diamond. Is that right? Yeah, Royal Diamonds. So it's the highest aside from the one that you actually have to be invited to be, which is Black Diamond. That's the highest one. But they get all the same comps and everything. It's just, yeah. Good time. We enjoyed it. Good times were had by all. And, yeah. This December, we're going to be going to Vegas. I really hope my mom got the hotel rooms. She might not have done it because she's dragging her feet on that for some reason. I don't know why. November, I'm going to Tahoe with my girlfriend. Got a lot of fun stuff coming up. So there's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of things to enjoy in life. You just got to make sure that you have the energy to actually sink your teeth into them when they come your way. And one of the best ways to do that is caffeine hygiene. You know, consume caffeine at the right times as opposed to all the time. And know the foods and the drinks and stuff that have caffeine in them that you're consuming. Like, for the longest time, I didn't realize chocolate had caffeine in it. And then, I have myself 3 hot chocolates, and it's almost as much caffeine as 3 cups of coffee, and I wonder why I can't get to sleep. Or having a cup of coffee at 4 p.m. in the afternoon when you got to go to bed in just a few hours, especially important when you're very sensitive to caffeine like I am. At least before I started taking Prozac, I was exceptionally sensitive to caffeine. Like 1 cup could keep me up for 16 hours. But since I started taking Prozac, it's a little bit more mellowed out. I still get the effect of it, but I can sleep if I need to. So I get good nights of sleep because of that. Don't have too much to stress about, other than the fact that I can't make any money on jobs, because I can't seem to make any money on my YouTube channel, which, thank yous for the donations. I'm so grateful for them, but, a channel like this one, this size, should be doing a lot better than it is. I mean, I'm only making $40 this month. Should be making more like between 500 and 2,000 at this size. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. A lot of stuff going through my head. If I got that, then getting a house here in my own name would be very easy. I could just add it on top of my other incomes, and I'd be good to go. If I got a huge down payment from a literary agent who sponsored me for my book, Black and White: The Odyssey of Eden, I could expect something like $250,000 if they really liked the book and they sponsor me for it as the down payment. Then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. But I can't seem to get a literary agent to do that. I've contacted several. I've even had agencies help me try to contact literary agents, to no avail. If I could actually use my commercial pilot's license and get a spot as a first pilot at an airline, then I'd be making $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. But I can't get a job at an airline. If I utilized my master's in electrical engineering, I could get a job as an electrical engineer, making $150,000 to $200,000 per year. Can't get one of those. Nobody will hire me. It's a really strange situation, Sorry, for some reason the messages stopped updating. Darren, that is something that you might find out. I do like burgers. Sorry for not answering your questions, guys. For some reason, it stopped updating the chat. But it's back now, though, so if you want to ask questions, I'll answer them for you. Hello, Galix Productions. How you doing? What's my favorite food? That was asked a little bit ago, and if I had to pick, it'd be between Mexican food and pizza. You think? Reverse pour ice cream. I don't know why you said that, Cuban. It's so silly. I'm doing all right, Gullix. How are you doing? Right, Sonia? That was so strange. I love Mexican food. It's thebomb.com. Especially if you're gassy like me. Haha. Just playing. It is, Glenn. It's okay. People just being silly. If they're just being silly and not being like abusive, then it's fine. That guy's just being silly. No worries. Nice watch. That's a Garmin 220, a Garmin Instinct. It's supposed to be a GPS like running watch. I got it because I used to run, you know, but I can't run anymore because my legs are screwed up. Glenn, take the wheel. Mexican, yes, Mexican food. Yeah, I love Mexican food. It's thebomb.com. I saw astronaut in your name, and I like to measure since. Right? Yeah. That's all good. I don't mind. Yeah. I agree, honey. I agree. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Nope. That's right, PM Mastery. What's my favorite hobby? Well, of the ones that I can do now, it's writing, you know. But it used to be playing basketball and running. There's a lot of things that I do, though. I mean, I write, I read, I know how to play the piano. I don't have one near me to use. We have 8 dogs and 2 cats in this house, James Bond. No, not chicken butt. I can still walk out one who bounds, but with great difficulty. Get on your mat. Lay down. I have this thing called crucifixion disease or peripheral vascular disease. Basically, the arteries in my distal arms and legs got obliterated somehow, and doctors don't know how it happened. So, you know. The meme stack gifted $5. I don't see it there. You're gonna steal my cats. I don't think they would let you. They know they got it made here. Hello, Chester. How you doing? Jib jab. Medals on my chest and in my leg. Thank U.S. Army and terrorists. Yeah. Why are you doing that, the meme stack? It'd be cool if you did that, but you're not doing that. After eating, what's the cure? Well, maybe stop eating nuts. Roach Dana stealing the cats, by the way. Well, yeah, we'll see, honey. Yeah, thank you for your service, PM. Or Dana. Got another lore drop. Like and subscribe to his channel. Thank you, Mellow Green. Appreciate you. Nope. You cannot, Amanda. They're not mine to give away. They're technically my brother Brandon's. You'll have to take him away from Brando. Are going to have it past to get past Mama Soupy. Yeah, it's true. Her too. Broke your hand last week. How'd you do that? For ruining my family. Oh, yeah. I think it's rather endearing, PM Master E. And, sorry, about Melissa Rauch, the actress from Big Bang Theory. Sir, have you read the book Chronicles from the Future, The Amazing Story of Paul Amadeus? I can't say I have, Mike. Chiron, get on your mat. Sorry. He has nothing to do with it, Chiron. He has nothing to do with it. Relax. Always goes crazy in this house when they're letting the dogs in or out. Chiron, stop. What futuristic sci-fi books have you read? Oh, many. You ever read the Foundation series? Thank you, Glenn. I read the whole thing. All of the books. Were sent to West Virginia coal mines. My great-granddad, was the first Dans that skipped a generation. My grandfather loved the name Dana so much he passed it along. Very nice. I've read that one too, Mike. 1984, Animal Farm, so many different sci-fi books. And I have a sci-fi book right here, the one that I wrote, Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. You can buy it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon, and it's even available in audiobook. Grab a copy, leave me a review, as those are gold to me. Let me know what you think. Many more to come once I get some sales under my belt. Keyshawn, no comment. Thank you, Glenn. What is up, Zozo? Welcome to the stream. We have, I was saying 6 people in here and 9 likes. Nice. But number of people went in here went up, thankfully. Huh? I don't know what you mean, honey. Oh no, Sonia. Did we summon that spider? Yeah, read it just to know the background, sure, but... Sonia, you're being strange. We had to get our heads up our butts to figure out the enemy. Yeah. Yep. Sounds about right, Roach. Sounds about right. Accidentally dipped my hand. Dude, that's so gross. What the heck? Are you 14, David? I didn't do any of that, babe. Such things have no power over me. You must know this. Hello, Doxy. You're gonna have to explain that story, though, because I don't know anything about it. I do want to know about it. What the hell? Explain! Is this some type of out-of-phase April Fool's joke, honey? Sounds rather gross. Trying to see what's up. I can't promise anything, Megan. Clearly, I've already started to burn something down without knowing it. Yeah, it sounds pretty gross trying to see what's up. You know, Sonia, it could very well be that people know that lore and are trying to screw with you. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I do. Nevertheless, I know that there are people that no doubt know of that stuff. I'll look it up real quick. And are doing it specifically to mess with you. All right, baby. Well, maybe this will be a test for me to destroy it. I already have all the things that it causes, so I'm not worried. Never pull. Never pull out. Well, I will heed your warning, honey. I will not do it because I'm not trying to test it or anything. I trust you, but at the same time, I'm not worried about it. Right? I've dealt with enough of it already, baby. Oh, thank you. Black Mask Soul. Never heard of Sleep Honey? I like graham crackers. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm trying to see what's up. I've never had a graham cracker with ham in it. Making a mess here. Hello, Aiden. How you doing? What if he's possibly Canadian? Aiden, that is so strange. Never mind, go away. I am having my Din Din right now, which consists of 2 protein candies and some protein chips. Unless... yours is weird. Sure, Jonathan, that's fine. That's my finest piece yet. Hello, Thomas. For now. You're an odd fellow, aren't you, Jonathan? It's okay. I'm odd too, in my own ways. Hey, Leviathan, how you doing? Short, shriveled, and slightly to the left. Just kidding. Jonathan, cut that out, dude. The one in the farthest one right there. I painted that one. It looks like an 8-year-old painted it. I'm not a very good painter. The other two were painted by my brother. Hello, Viper Biker. How you doing? Who's a better poet? I don't know. I'm doing all right, Viper Biker. That's pretty good. That's right, honey. Poet and you didn't even know it. Eh. They're Quest protein chips. Hey, Caleb. You're hungry now? They sure do, Mr. Black. That's all right, Aiden. That's right. Trying to see what's up. Because I am pescatarian, Mr. Black. I do not eat steak. No shade at you, though, if you do. Totally cool. Just not my cup of tea. Fish is meat. If it's meat, then you're not vegetarian. I only eat fish in terms of the meats that I consume, Mr. Black. Ha, you're very funny, Aiden. You're a cow addicted to this? All right. Oh yeah, I have tons of that downstairs, Mr. Black. I just had a pretty large lunch, so small dinner for me. Got to stay within my calorie needs. Did you know the wind has a color? It's blue. Ba-dum-ts. Ew. No bueno, Aiden. No bueno. You don't eat your buddies unless they tell you to, like Jesus did. Yes, albacore is a fantastic source of protein. It's like 91% protein by calorie content. Insanely high. Salmon is thebomb.com. It's probably my favorite fish. I get that, Aiden, but at the same time, they're our buddies. You know? You really shouldn't eat them unless that it's an emergency situation. At least that's the way I see it. You're hungry for meat and you're a chicken? Okay. Not big on salmon. I like albacore and halibut. Okay. I do like halibut too. If they're farmed, it sometimes makes it taste a little different. It changes the whether or how healthy it is. Yeah, it's really not cool. I can see farming fish, and even to some extent, if you make it the case where a cow lives a fantastic life followed by one bad day, you're good to go. But if you're farming dogs like the way that I've seen them farmed in certain countries in the Orient, yeah, it's not acceptable. You don't torture them while they're alive or treat them like they're nothing. Same thing, you shouldn't do that with cows either. Or chickens, even though chickens are really stupid. It's a little bit easier and more understandable to do it with chickens and fish and stuff like that because they're not very brainy. But when it comes to a doggo, they're pretty smart. Cows, they're pretty smart. So, you know, the Orient includes all East Asian countries: Thailand, Vietnam, Korea, Japan, China, Laos, all of those over there. Cats up in some windows in other countries acting like they're rotisserie chickens, and it makes me sick because I love cats. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Black. I love cats too. More of a dog guy, but I love cats as well. Um, you don't eat your buddies. You don't eat your buddies unless they tell you to. It's all good. Viper Viker, no worries. What? Trying to see what's up? I don't even know what to say to that. Fish are friends, not food. With prongs like these, who needs anemones? But appears to be an M&M on the left side of my nostril. It looks green and smells like my nose. Okay. So random. Hey, Bolts Official. Oh, you know, hanging out, chatting y'all up, answering any questions y'all have. Here to just hang out. Do I know anybody that goes by JP? I can't say I do. My din din was Quest protein chips and a couple Hormel Chormble bars. Light, because I had a pretty big lunch. Inside my nostril, it's white, powdery. Oh gosh. Sure you spelled M&M right there? Because I think M&M spelt like that would smell like mom's spaghetti. Palms are sweaty. But you're a rebel? Wood or diamonds? Well, as always, Colby, it depends on the situation. But if you're talking about in the modern era in society and our global economy, then of course diamonds. Diamonds don't have nearly as much utility as wood, but they're more expensive. Diamond tipped lathes are what you use to forge tungsten. It's like one of the few things that can forge tungsten. I'm your math teacher now? Why do you say that? Yeah, this is right. This is right, Colby. So, to that point, yes, it would make sense that wood would be more valuable. But we live in this biome, so the only creatures that can perceive value that we know of are the ones that live upon Earth. Therefore, diamonds are more valuable than wood because it's perceived that way for human beings. More wise than your father? uh, Pish posh. Yeah, that we know of. And the planet Uranus has an ocean under its atmosphere. Water. Liquid water. You could swim in it. High pressure, but not so high that it would kill you. Most people don't realize that. Uranus Uranus being billions of kilometers away from the sun is has such a thick atmosphere that it doesn't matter how far away from the sun it is. So at the surface, the nominal surface, the base of its gaseous atmosphere, where the liquid water is, the pressure is 100 kilopascals, or 100 bar, 100 times what it is at the surface of Earth. So, so difficult to live in, but not impossible. It's 117 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's a liquid ocean. The entirety of the planet is covered in a liquid ocean of water. Crazy to think about. But if you look at it that way, there's technically no actual Goldilocks zone limit. So the way we perceive it now, the modern day, we see Venus as the inner limit of the Goldilocks zone and Mars just a little bit outside the outer limit of the Goldilocks zone. But there actually isn't a Goldilocks zone, or the Goldilocks zone is infinite. It just depends on the planet and its composition. So if you had a planet like Uranus, for instance, that had a surface pressure of 20 bar, much more reasonable, wouldn't really bother you as a human being. You'd acclimate to it like you would anywhere else. And the surface temperature might be, on average, 75 degrees at that distance in space. You're funny, Viper Biker. And Mars used to be like our planet. What you're saying there, Colby, is the basis of the plot behind the movie Mission to Mars from 1998, I believe it was. Who knows? A lot can happen in 4.5 billion years. And we've only been here for 10,000 as a civilized civilization. Alien stage? Never heard of it, Broken Spleen. Yeah. Yeah, my master's thesis was actually on building a probe to send to the hydrosphere of Uranus. I know, I'm sending a probe to Uranus, right? Or Uranus. Badumts. But it was a good thesis. I got a good grade on it and everything, and using the actually at that time I had designed the thesis for the Falcon 9 Heavy, but you can actually use the Starship to better effect, and you could send a probe there. Oh, thank you, Colby. Welcome to the family. Glad to have you here. And remember, if you like what you're seeing here, you have to manually go to my videos to see them because YouTube does not push them, even if you're subscribed. You have to manually go look for them. Of school missed 10 chapters of giving us actual good lessons. Chin Chin, God will help you. You just might not recognize how that help has come. But he'll help. Dependent on the planet atmosphere, but also the radiation output. Yep, that's right. And the conditions exist where water can exist in liquid phase. Yeah, pretty much. Some scientists say that it has to be able to exist in all three phases. But liquid phase, yeah, I mean, I can see that as being something that would work. It's crazy because the density of Uranus's atmosphere is so high that at the nominal surface, you could have a partial pressure of oxygen that is literally 0.1% of the overall density of the atmosphere, and it would still be breathable to us. And it's theorized that there's somewhere around that amount of oxygen on the surface of Uranus. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. I threw the subscribe button into my mouth, eating it and watching the screen pop. You're funny, Viper. Well, welcome to the family. Glad to have you here. Like I said to everybody else, you have to manually go to the videos to find them. I'm such a good woof woof, Rockety. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, honey. Why do meteors land in craters? Well, if you're talking about cause and effect, which, by the way, if you're looking at black holes, isn't actually something that's necessarily required in the traditional sense, then obviously craters are created by meteors. But the crater can create the meteor instead. The grandfather paradox that happens when you go through the event horizon of a black hole. And a black hole, by the way, is just the gravitational equivalent of a wormhole, which is electromagnetic. It is very tasty. My girlfriend doesn't like that word. Why do meteors land in craters? I just answered it, yeah. Hello, Jukebox Jen. How you doing? Jukebox hero, he's got stars in his eyes. that landed there. Recharge because they never go elsewhere. It's also believed by many an occult theorist that gray aliens and other extraterrestrial beings use thunder and lightning and the static electricity in the atmosphere of those areas to recharge their vehicles. Four Big Guys by... Yeah, never heard of that. I'll look into it, Hayes. Do you have any advice on how to get more subs because I have only 18? Well, post consistently, Jukebox. Post a lot of shorts. If make the shorts as interesting as you can. And while the subscribers might not come to much value necessarily because you're not going to get many viewers on your long form videos, which is what makes money, you'll at least be able to get your first the first requirement to being monetized. Okay, I like it. As if my teachers used to never talk about anything other than chocolate. They never stopped with the diabetes chocolate. Really? That's interesting. Well, I mean, the question of whether I believe in transhumanism isn't very... It doesn't jive properly. Because transhumanism is simply an ideology. And if somebody has said ideology, then therefore it exists somewhere in reality. If you're trying to ask me if I subscribe to it, no, I do not. Why can't I... What are you talking about, Mike Jeff? Yeah, that's right, Viper Biker. He might be a large language model person. That's right, baby, 22 days. On the origin of life, Clint. I do have a lot of thoughts on the origin of life. You read my novel series, and you're going to learn about that. What I believe. Some of it, anyway. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. Grab a copy anywhere you can buy books. It's also available an audiobook if you don't want to read it. You can listen to it. Yeah, many more copies to come. Human kiss human. More or less. I do believe evolution is on the right track. Obviously, we're not going to figure out every aspect of it 100% correctly in 10,000 years of our civilization. We're not going to figure it out that quickly. We just can't. You know, it's too much to know. We haven't sequenced the human... Well, we've sequenced the human genome, but we haven't efficaciously figured out how to edit it, for example. It's because it's too complex. It's similar when you think about evolution. We're on the right track with it, but there's many aspects of it that we simply do not know. Like, I believe that we have evolved ourselves. Like, the human being has literally manipulated our own genetics by the Mandela effect and going into the past in ways that we can't even perceive. So, anyway. Yes, he is, Kawag. In the future, we'll always advance, but For one, I want the iPhone 79. 69? Yeah, that's right. 69. iPhone 69. Nice. Clint Taurus, yeah. It will. Definitely will. Humans are being rewritten and can now be stimulated via electromagnetic fields from cell phones. Well, like the suggestibility mechanism of our social nature as human beings, every creature is in some way biohackable. It could even be sending specific frequencies and specific amplitudes into specific individuals. Suggestibility operates on a similar, in a similar manner. Well, like paper and make it a Samsung I love looking into the blank screen that never turns on. I I don't, Cole. I can't say I've heard of that one. Hello, Haroon. The Yo-Ho Pirate song? Waste the planets? Do you know the Muffin Man? Who lives on Drury Lane? Some people, like myself, have found how to maintain DNA from segregation. I don't know what you mean, Clint. I only know one song. Let it go. Let it go. One of these days, hopefully in the near future, our advancements in geriatric medicine are going to help us discern the fountain of youth, or at least extremely potent life extension technologies. That's my prayer. Because I'm 36 years old and I got so much more shit I want to do. You know, and and to and for life to end so quickly when you just started to figure things out is so frustrating. I don't know what you mean, Clint. Of my cats violently biting the doggy door. Oh, good crud. Karen, get on your mat. Lay down. California forest fires were Yep, they sure were. Sprayed the forest barium, aluminum nanoparticles per hour. I don't know if they did that. They may very well have, but I know that it was definitely intentional. I mean, Gavin Newscomb was smiling and dancing like a little demon, like he is, after it happened on live camera. He's a piece of shit. He is a piece of shit. So, anyway. Just went out a YouTube Shorts log so I can watch the live properly. For show. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm so glad to have you all here hanging out. For any and all of you, if you like what you're seeing and you are so inclined as to subscribe and like, keep in mind you have to manually go to find my videos on my channel because YouTube does not push them, even if you're subscribed. You have to manually go find them. Let it go, blah, 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 blah. Unitarian. The answer to that question is always yes, honey. Thank you, Viper Biker. I really appreciate you. I really do. Baby Shark, yeah. I mean, I assume I have some valuable things to say, right? I have quite a history. You can see it in my most recent videos that I've posted on my channel. I actually talk a little bit about my backstory. I think I'm interesting. So I'm glad that you do too, Viper Biker. Not making that a song. One of the best ways that you can learn the depth of somebody's heart and soul, their mind, is to read their writings. I have many writings. I have lots of stuff posted on Figshare that you can find by typing in my name. Obviously, you see all my videos on this channel. And I've got a novel and many more that will be coming out after this. So if you want to learn more about me, that's how you do it. This is true, Clint. Very true. My favorite Eocene, Pilocene mammal, placental, marsupial, monotreme. That's rather specific, my friend. That's right, Viper Biker. Blah, 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 blah. Placentals for the win, yeah. Oh, I know what you're saying, okay. Yeah. I don't know, marsupials are pretty interesting. Aren't kangaroos marsupials? Or am I getting that wrong? I don't know, whatever. Two careers that I loved doing, and it helps. You ever post videos or write about it or tell people about it, Clint? Because that's something you definitely want to do. A video that I made today that's going to come out in a couple days, I actually talk about how every human being nowadays, even from the least intelligent to the most sophisticated and experienced out there, has at least 10,000 pages of documentation of their lives online. And a lot of interesting stuff to say. Plato's Dialogues, one of the greatest philosophers to have ever lived, has 1,500 pages of his dialogues. That's it. We have more capacity to express ourselves by a factor of 1,000,000 than any of those people that ever lived in the past. So if there are some super geniuses on this planet that are like Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, etc., they have more capacity now, more than ever, to get other people to hear and see what they think and believe. Want that to be the new song of Frozen. One day maybe, but some of it could be dark, but we'll see. Hey, hello darkness, my old friend. I've come to see you again. If nothing else, making videos talking about it is great cognitive behavioral therapy, as well as a type of catharsis. They go together. So allow yourself that opportunity. Even if you don't make it public, make the video, private it, and have it there to make public if/when you desire to in the future. You love broke Frozen, yeah. I've never actually seen the movie. But one of my friends from back in Omaha loves to screw around and sing that song. He's a silly guy. Major in the Air Force now, by the way. He's getting up there. Actually, he's a stone's throw away from getting promoted to lieutenant colonel. So, boom a clap. Dreams Before Dishonor, how you doing? I don't know what you said there, but okay. I'm doing all right. I can't complain. Answering questions, whatever they may be that you have. Here to chat. Have a good time. So, you know. Marsupials only exist in Australia, but they used to be in South America. They evolved independently, and placentals, because in front of their pew pew. So silly. Oh, thank you, Dreams Before Dishonor. These two were done by my brother James. This one was done by me a few years ago. Yes, I do, Clint. I have a master's in electrical engineering, and I went to the Air Force Academy. I'm very, very, very educated. I also have a commercial pilot's license. So, quickly clear my mind from the word broken. It has flooded my intestines. Uh-oh. That is poetry. Stretching. I haven't in many years. Pac Fanny Owa. Interesting name. Uh, I painted that back in like 2021 or something. I'm not a painter. I'm not very good at it, as you can see. Berry Cherry Tea, how you doing? Why do you think are descended? It would be more logical for them to be kept inside body. Uh, has something to do with the coagulation temperature of the proteins that are our semen. The temperature of coagulation is too close to 98.5. Therefore, the testes need to be kept a little cooler. Probably because we're warm blooded and, you know, a bunch of other factors. Yep, that's right, Glenn. That's basically what happened. There you go, Sonia. That's right. I feel like the flood was about to reach my food. You're funny, Brandon. Fundy? Funny, Brandon. I just have an extensive lexicon, Brandon Lowry. Vocabulary. My vocabulistics are considerable. I don't read good. Eh. Sorry. A Wikipedia on the Wikipedia? But the optimum temperature has evolved to be lower due to the cooler temperature that comes with the external position. Perhaps. Multiverse and multiverse, yeah. Multiverse of multiverses. Multi-multiverse. Multi-multi-multi-multi-multi-multi-verse. Hello, cat. Endoplasmic reticulum. multi, I'm about to cry verse. Deoxyribonucleic acid. Like your level of goof. I do too. Don't believe in the school systems when all they want to teach is government propaganda I can get any answer to any questions on the internet. Pretty much, Glenn. But you also have to have some firm guidance on where to find that information properly. And it's not going to last forever because AI is kind of turning the whole of the internet into slop nowadays. I called you endoplasmic reticulum. Breathing like some wild villain is an orange filled with ETH glass and water. Where are the worms? What? Hello, Jay. This is true too, honey. The worms of the orange. The universe is the bull. Bozopi, there is in fact there are two dogs lying on my bed with me right now, and I was scratching my leg, butthead. Welcome from Maryland, Kimberly. Did you know Maryland has that name because it was principally Catholics that established the state, and they idolize Mary. They worship her too much. I love Mary. You should honor Mary, just like you should honor all the saints. But to idolize her and put her on the same level as Jesus is unacceptable, as far as I'm concerned. Good deal, Kimberly. Good deal. Hello, Bozopi. Get Viper unregistered. I'm like a dice. Dice up the orange. Are you trying to rhyme with orange? Nothing rhymes with orange. Except for maybe Quaritch, but that's a name. Called Cucumber Feet. Like it could be. What? Benjamin Cucumber. Bartholomew uh Kumquat. Benjamin Cumberbatch. He even wears his hair the same as you and typically is seen in a black tee. All right, his name is Cucumber Feet. I'll look him up. Give me a second here. I'm gonna look up Cucumber Feet. Hopefully, it's not derogatory. Oh, his channel's a little bigger than mine. Cool dude. I could look like his dad? He looks like he's my age. You know I'm 36, right? Do I look that old?
YouTube rely on Potemkin politically and emotionally. He remains one of the most powerful men in Russia, organizing the annexation of Crimea, not the current one, but the older one, planning military campaigns. Yeah, she let him hit a Hondo percent. You'd be surprised.
You're funny, Bazopi.
Hired.
Hey, it looks like a normal guy to me.
At a corporate function. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I mean, there's obviously the classic senpai.
What does he do on this channel? Let's see here. Surprisingly not Jewish. Okay, what does he do? What's... Live alone? Hey, glad to have you here hanging out. You shouldn't live alone though, dude. It's not healthy for you. At least don't do it for too long. I did that for a few years and it wasn't good. Well, he looks fine. He's got thoughts and ideas and... Okay, cool. I'll look back in on, or check back in on him in a little while. Fish tank. Well, sure, honey, but not for too long. You're living alone for like 18 years, that's gonna damage you. Please stop spamming. Yes, you are great company, honey. You just stole your grandmother's wig? What? I thought I liked it 2 and 3 years in. Very alone oftentimes. Doesn't even speak about others because I don't want to come off like a nutcase. Yeah, that's one of the reasons you don't want to be alone for too long. No, you got to build up a rapport here, Serger Maya. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What's new, pussycat? Oh, wow, 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 wow. I don't know. That's what came to mind when I saw that. This is the moon. Small talk with the cashiers and people at Walmart. Then I feel bad because they're just doing their job and don't need to be my buddy on the clock. Well, what do you do for a living, Bazopi? You don't have to be specific, but in general. Anything was going on.
Earlier this year, Japan made history, but not for the reason you may think. Yes, it landed a spacecraft on the moon for the first time, joining the ranks of the USA,
Sorry.
Russia, India, and China, who came before them.
Unemployed?
But
Well, that's
Japan's
very,
mission
very
was
much not good.
much more than that.
If you're unemployed, why don't you live with your parents? Go back home and spend time with them.
Of successfully shooting a skin cell from London to Cairo and having it land on a specific grain of rice. In the run-up to the launch, it was this insane ambition of precision engineering that had everybody talking. Once JAXA touched down, the headlights back on Earth shifted. Nicknamed Moon Sniper for its stealthy precision, its whole mission was mainly to demonstrate how precise a landing would
There's no reason not to, you know?
as such, the tiny spacecraft was not meant to survive the extreme conditions of a lunar night. And yet, somehow, it
One of the unfortunate things that we've made commonplace in the Western world
this resilient
is to
waking up
depart from our parents and our family
on the surface.
when it's not needed,
And it's also upside down.
when there's no reason to do so.
I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astro. Join me today on this topsy-turvy ride as we dive into the details.
I live with my
NASA's
parents.
first moon landing, what has kept the moon
Of course, I
science
provide and I
the
take
lead
care of
for
a
lunar
lot of
nights,
things in the house,
and
but
how much pinpoint
I live with
landings
them.
will change the future of lunar exploration. The Smart Lander for Investigating Moon, also known as SLIM or Moon Sniper, is a small, lightweight spacecraft about the size of a passenger vehicle. Its mission is to analyze the
I try to take care of them, you know, as best I can. The main thing that I do is I help to make sure that their finances are stabilized.
This landing zone stands on ground adjacent by the nearby crater.
I suppose so, Viper
Researchers chose
Biker.
to study lunar rock without having to drill.
No, not forever, Sonia.
By analyzing the rocks there,
But I would prefer to get one of the houses next door
origins
so that we can build up this compound.
formation. Salim also carried two tiny lunar excursion vehicles, Lev 1 and Lev 2.
Yeah, I help my... So my mother is basically doing all the finances herself because my dad's had 15 strokes and can no longer do it. And so I came home to primarily help her take care of that and stop spending all of her money. But yeah, that's essentially what I do. I make sure that she doesn't spend all of her money.
More precise exploration system, able to land in treacherous, rocky terrain too difficult for larger crafts. To understand why this is a big deal, it helps to have some historical context. The first thing you have to know is that
Well,
only
me and three other
about 3% of
sons.
landings are successful.
My brother Alan lives next door. I bought the house for him. And my brother Brandon actually lives in this house with us too. He's about to go into the military. And then my brother James lives about 15 minutes away.
Similarly, NASA's Ranger series took 6 tries before achieving success. The absence of an atmosphere on the moon means that landers rely solely on engine thrust for descent, complicating the ability to adjust trajectories accurately during landing.
Trying to, Bazopi.
Must touch down and
You know, one of the main ways you do that
ensure no instruments on board can
is
impact.
you prevent the thing that causes 95% of our problems, money,
Craters
from
also
causing those
cause
problems.
serious damage.
The way you do
Very
that
ability to make
is by not
just
spending it on stuff that you don't need.
the
Things that
Apollo
are fleeting and
inside of the moon, close to the
ephemeral.
equator, and in orbit
Instead,
with light
you put them in
conditions,
investments
touchdown as
in
safe
things that are
as
going to make you money
the downside of
and
this,
make it so
though,
that you can
is
progressively get freer and freer from your 9-to-5 job.
patch of moon, meaning
I'm teaching that to my brother Alan. He and his wife are getting better with it.
landing zone.
How are you helping with financial
If we can make
financial
the
needs?
spacecraft
I have financial needs, Walker Street.
precise landing zone, we could send it to explore
And then I'm doing the same thing with my mom and dad.
wherever we like. Scientists would be able
They
to
have
target
their
targets
finances
using
partitioned
solar
off
types
properly
without relying on rovers to travel long
so that they can
distances.
have all the fun that they want,
Reduces mission complexity
and at the same time they're saving up into their emergency fund
explore new lunar
and all of
regions.
that stuff. And tons of semi-passive and passive income sources that they have
For comparison,
that I've shown them how to get,
the rovers will
and
15,
they're
16,
everything's kind of going together. So
$98 million to develop back in 1972, which would be about 280
conversation book astronaut and Bazopi are having. Yeah, for sure.
More recent rovers, such as the Chandrayaan-2 and Chang'e-4, cost about $141 million and $180 million respectively. And this is exactly what researchers are doing with excellent progress. A landing footprint, also known as a landing ellipse, is the area of uncertainty of a spacecraft's landing zone on an astronomical body. Back in 1969, Apollo 11's targeting ellipse was 18.5 kilometers by 4.5 kilometers. Fast forward to 2013, and China's Chang'e 3 launched with a landing ellipse of 6 kilometers by 6 kilometers. In January 2024, a JAXA lander made Japan the 5th country to land on the moon, touching down
How's the signal, everybody?
5
Am I
meters
coming through all right?
the center of its 100 meters by 100 meter
Your
target
moderators
ellipse.
are amazing.
Target
I agree.
8.3,
They sure are.
95 times smaller than
Oh, I already
the
had my
ellipse.
din din. A bag of Quest protein
Let's take a
chips and
closer look
some
to
Hormel
how
Trumbull
amazing this
candy
possible.
protein bars.
Moon Sniper was able to land as precisely as it did thanks to its vision-based navigation system, which JAXA refers to as Smart Eyes. By continuously capturing images of the moon's surface as it descends, the spacecraft is able to locate itself in real time on orbital maps made by data from other lunar rovers, including NASA's
So
Apollo,
and
India's
it
Chandrayaan-2,
took care of
and
it very
Japan's
fast.
Saturn.
Yep,
These positions were then
I didn't
matched to
see
a
it,
coordinate
so I just saw that it was
using its
deleted.
location to determine the exact landing site. By processing the images in real time, Moon Sniper can adjust its trajectory literally on the fly, enabling it to hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. Weighing just 200 kilograms without propellant, a successful slim landing would demonstrate that small, lightweight spacecraft can accomplish complex lunar exploration missions. Except, Slim didn't exactly stick the landing. While Jackson managed to land the craft on target, it sort of toppled over at the last minute.
Thank you, Viper Biker.
After such a precise approach, what
That's
caused
right,
this
baby.
rave malfunction?
F around, find out.
On the 6th of September 2023, JAXA launched Slim on course for the moon. It arrived in orbit on Christmas Day 2023 and eventually approached for landing on January 18th, 2024. As Japan watched on intently, the approach was live streamed. One mission team member dubbed the deceleration to landing as expected to be a breathless, numbing 20 minutes of terror. As it made its descent to the lunar surface, one of Slim's two
Hello, Phil. How you doing?
mysteriously detached 50 meters above the moon's surface.
Thank you, Viper Biker.
This off-center thrust
I am
was
still a small content creator.
function,
Only 21,604 subscribers.
successfully with its smaller thrusters. The incredible thing is that Slim was able to identify the anomaly in its descent and find a safe spot to touch
I just wish that my long form videos got views.
Slim tipped over onto its nose, as seen in images from one of two autonomous probes Slim released before it touched down. We can see the rock-shaped main vehicle on the surface of the the moon upside down, with its panels pointing away from the sun instead of up towards it as planned. Without light from the sun, it was only a brief matter of time before the craft would run out of
Thank you,
energy
Viper Biker.
and shut down. Soon after landing, Slim sent back a mosaic
Hey, Nacho Daddy, how you doing, buddy?
using its limited battery power. With just 12% of power remaining, Jackson decided to switch the craft off in hopes that
I seek to provide people an economic advantage in the world by giving them information that most people won't give them. So,
using energy from the sun, which had since shifted its angle in the sky. However, the elation was short-lived by the Jackson team, who knew the lunar night was approaching, which would likely spell the end of our revolutionary little spacecraft. Lunar nights are a challenge to all moonbound missions. They are absolutely brutal, and it isn't uncommon for lunar craft not to survive a lunar night. For example, the first US craft to make it to the moon in 50 years, the US lander Odysseus, failed to awaken following a lunar night.
Odysseus.
Much like
Not
Slim,
Odysseus.
malfunctioned
Odysseus.
and landed on his nose in early 2024. Despite going into hibernation mode for 3 weeks, it did not wake up again. Since the moon doesn't really
Just like it's aluminum, not aluminium.
stabilize its surface temperature. During a lunar day,
Yo, I'm not sure what the stream is about, but Kefka was great Final Fantasy villain of all time. Was a good villain for sure.
plunged into total darkness.
It was Final Fantasy 2, right?
Just dropped to an
If I'm not mistaken.
180 degrees Celsius.
Enlighten me with your knowledge, young man. Hello, Eddie. What is it that you seek to know or learn? Love when the live chat is so calm and friendly. Yeah. The way it's supposed to be. We're here to hang out, have a good time.
Followed by a fortnight of total freezing darkness. Slim wasn't designed to withstand a lunar night, so on the 31st of January, the mission team put it into a hibernation state for the next 14 days. It was not expected to survive.
3 on SNES 6. Oh, that's right, yeah.
Tried to establish contact
Yeah.
after the sun rose again, just in case. On the 26th of
Classic.
February,
It was a
Jackson
classic.
attempted to reestablish contact with Slim with few expectations.
It is impressive how well they've kept that Final Fantasy series going.
Their miracle
You know?
boat survived its first lunar
They
night.
scarcely have failed to deliver,
Back to Earth.
ever.
It gets
The Final Fantasies have almost always been pretty darn good.
its collection during
The
its
worst one was probably number 1,
Jackson set Slim
and it was not bad.
once again. Surviving one lunar night is no small feat. No one expected Slim to survive a second one, but somehow it did. On the 21st of March, Jackson confirmed they received more communication from Slim following its second lunar night. The pattern continued in late April, when even more pictures were sent back from the lunar surface following its third lunar night. Slim had totally defied the odds, maintaining its
yeah.
functionality through intense levels of heat and cold, which could destroy most
For the game to be iffy, though, compared to a lot of other games, still pretty dang good.
Images following 3 lunar nights. These images of the surrounding moon rocks will help researchers
You're hitting the sack, honey?
lunar geology. In one image, Slim took a close-up photo of a moon rock called Toy Poodle, using a special multi-band
True meaning of life after death?
Despite the blur, geologists
The meaning of life
distinguish between the different
is a simple thing.
of the rock, giving clues as to how the moon
Love.
followed
That's all it is.
fourth lunar night.
And
Jackson
how you love is your personal imprint upon that.
communication with Slim. However, as of the 27th of May, they've been unable to confirm successful communication with the Moon Sniper. Despite all its heroic efforts, it's likely it has fallen silent once and for all. Still, JAXA's first lunar touchdown is a breakthrough in interplanetary travel, demonstrating the feasibility of such pinpoint landings. Opens the door to
Don't get me wrong, I just expected more from a mainline title in the series.
interest to scientists is the
I
South
feel you,
Pole
feel you.
Basin, where the moon's mantle is suspected to have once been exposed on the surface.
And I'm no Final Fantasy connoisseur. You know, I haven't played all of them. I can just say that from what I have played, it's been impressively good, impressively consistent.
Moon Sniper may be vital in helping us get to water and ice lying in the permanently shadowed region.
Way too linear. Yeah.
Moonsniper stands as a testament to
Finale of
all
Final
the
Fantasy is when?
transformation we've achieved
Never.
since the
That's
last
right.
lunar era of the late 60s and
Not
early
correct,
70s.
Ulf.
As both public and private
Weekend
missions
bro.
in the
Stay
Pacific
blessed.
Rim
Showing
continue
love.
to
Thank you,
grow,
Mr. E.
missions
Same to
like
you.
Moonsniper give us a glimpse
Freedom
of
to
what
live
the
how we
second lunar
please.
era might have in store for us.
Haha, you're
If
very funny,
you were a
Ulf.
superstitious man, I would advise you to be careful what you call your space missions. When Russia named its first mission to the moon in 47 years, it was originally given the designation Lunar Globe, translating in English to Lunar Sphere. However, this name troubled scientific director of the Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Lev Zeleny.
Anything you want, Rob. I'm here to chat, answer questions. Ask me anything.
Zeleny changed the name of the mission to Luna 25, intending to call back
I'm here to hang out.
Soviet lunar missions, which were the last time Russian spacecraft successfully landed on the moon. But perhaps it was too late.
What am I a connoisseur of?
Because we now know that lunar
Time
warfare
travel.
was a much more apt name for ill-omened Luna 25.
No, I guess space. Outer space.
I'm Alex McColgan.
I'm pretty good at that stuff.
Join us today as we explore
Writing.
the fate of Russia's first moon mission since 1976. For the country that once led the world in the space race,
Astrogeophysics.
what exactly went wrong?
Indeed, Mike.
Although we often look at NASA or ESA missions here at Astrum, Russia's space program
Why you calling me daddy, man?
quite the powerhouse. Back when Russia was part of the USSR, it was the
The meaning of
Soviet
life
Union's
is ultimately
launching
improvement
Sputnik
of
1,
oneself.
the first artificial satellite that triggered the space
It's
race
part of
in
it, for sure.
1957. And for a time, the Soviet
Is it
space
weird of
program
me to
went
like
from
things
strength to
men
strength.
like since I'm
It was
using
the
my father's
Soviet
account?
Union
I'm a
that put
girl.
the first man into space,
It's
and the first woman. The
not.
first
No.
multi-person crew. The first dog. Their rockets escaped the Earth-Moon system first, impacted the moon
Got the
first,
beers, big dog,
orbited the moon first,
like
took
Rick
photos
Rick
of the
Steiner.
far side of the moon
A little bit.
first.
I don't know who that is.
Soviet cosmonauts did the first spacewalk. The USSR launched the first space station. To the eyes of many and to the pleasure of Soviet leadership, the USSR was winning this.
Gosh dang it. Alcoholic? No. I don't drink that much. I'm weird for like. Nope. That's not weird. That's just tomboyish. Yes. I don't intend on getting rid of my hair anytime soon. I like it this long. Glex, I don't know why you're doing that. Forced to have a girly room with girly clothes. Eh? You're never really forced. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Space race. But beneath the surface, not everything was going as smoothly as it appeared. The Soviet Union also saw the first death during a space mission.
Quicks, you're starting to be rude.
Parachute of cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov failed to open on his re-entry to Earth. The only 3 men to have died in space were a crew of Soviet cosmonauts visiting that.
Why, thank you,
first
Pastor.
space
That's so nice of
station.
you to say.
Soviet launches were plagued with failures, but eager to look good in the eyes of the world, particularly compared to its rival, the US, the USSR simply didn't report any of its failed lunar missions. It pretended any rocket
Whoa!
that didn't make it out of the atmosphere was never intended to be a moon mission at all. In reality, only about 34% of Soviet moon missions ended in success, in comparison to America's 60% success rate on equivalent missions. America landed the first man on the moon in 1969, and after that crowning achievement, both superpowers seemed to lose interest in continuing the race, refocusing their space programs towards non-lunar suits by the mid-1970s. Soviet cosmonauts never set foot on the moon itself. The USSR cancelled any of its plans to do so, as the endeavor was ultimately seen as too expensive. Perhaps more importantly, what was the point of going if you were only going to get there second? But with the turn of the millennium, and since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, the world's interest in going to the moon has been rekindled. Scientists realized that the moon would make a good stepping stone for human space missions to Mars due to its plentiful resources, such as newly discovered water ice, ideal for rocket fuel, air and water, and low gravity. Resources on the moon began to attract the attention of businesses for economic
God is king. I love you all.
and
Love you
nations
too.
began to consider
God is
setting
king.
up permanent bases on its surface as a way of turning a profit. And of course, there is still a lot of science to be done there, attracting those who wish to learn more about the processes by which the moon formed and the cycles that govern it. Russia's old rival, the USA, rose to dust off their space programs. America started its Constellation program in 2005, declaring their aim to go back to the moon. But now other nations were getting in on the act too. India, who had not been part of the first race for the moon, began the Chandrayaan program.
I don't think they are, Sonia.
Governments across the world believed that the benefits of going to the moon in this second rush were so great, nations who didn't go would in some way fall behind. In the words of ISRO chairman Krishna Swamy,
You never know what other people have been through, Quix One.
It is whether we can
So,
afford to ignore it.
you might want to keep that in
Russia
mind
did not intend to be left behind.
when you're
It was
posting such
eager to
things.
pick up the Soviet legacy of space exploration. In fact,
Sometimes they try to show you and tell you what they've been through,
Russia had already begun thinking about a new lunar mission as early as the mid-1990s.
but usually you don't really know.
Scientists Mikhail Mavrov and Eric Galimov put forward their proposals to Roscosmos, Russia's newly restructured space agency. Their Lunar Globe mission was approved and was initially intended to have a lot more parts to it, including a penetrator for seismic sounding. and
There's
a
only one God, Ulf.
orbiter.
And it's not the one you're trying to act like it is.
Did not have enough political will behind it. It faced budget cuts after the Russian financial crisis of 1998, when the ruble lost over 2/3 of its value
Exactly,
in 3
babe.
weeks, and was mired in delays that repeatedly knocked it back and put it on hold. The penetrator and orbiter were scrapped, leaving just the lander, as the plan for the mission was reimagined to make it more economical. Russia wanted to be a nationally recognized player in the space game, but didn't want to spend massive amounts of its budget on the plan. In 2005, Russia only invested 20 billion rubles, or about $700 million in its space industry, compared to the USA's $15.6 billion. One way to work around this was to collaborate with other nations. Russia initially tried to work with India on the Chandrayaan-2 mission in 2007. Luna 25 would fly with India's orbiter and be the mission's lander. However, this low spending ultimately punished them, and Russian scientists were unable to get the lander's technology working in time for the initial 2013 launch date. India eventually abandoned the collaboration and completed Chandrayaan-2 on their own. Russia was left trying to get Luna 25 to the moon's surface solo.
Sonia's a moderator,
India's
and she's my
Chandrayaan-3
girlfriend.
crashed
She wants to drop a cuss word every once in a while. She's more than welcome to. Because she, being a moderator, knows how to moderate herself. Alright?
Collaborators to competitors. Both Russia and India were interested in the moon's south pole, where Chandrayaan-2 and others had confirmed through spectrometry the presence of water ice. Luna 25 and Chandrayaan-3 are now racing to be the first lander to successfully touch down on the moon's south pole, and potentially discover that water ice. However, Russia faced a new problem: the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Western countries were outraged at Russia's decision to attack its neighbor and came together to impose massive sanctions. Not only was this painful economically, but one vital element of these sanctions was a ban on the trade of high-end computer chips and components. These would prevent Russia from developing
Chiron.
ballistic rockets for use in its military, but hit Russia's lunar goals too. European scientists began ending their collaborations with Roscosmos. In an interconnected world where Russia traded for much of its high-end components, Russia would now have to go it alone. India completed Chandrayaan-3 and launched it on the 14th of July 2023, a mission we covered in greater detail in a previous video. However, the route that they took to the moon was a fuel-efficient but time-inefficient one. It would take over a month to actually arrive on the moon's surface. India estimated a touchdown date on the 23rd of August. If Russia really hurried, it could complete its lander and arrive before India by taking a shorter, more fuel-intensive route using Russia's powerful Soyuz 2.1B rocket. The Luna 25 mission had, by this time, been delayed from 2021 to 2022, and then to 2023. It had struck luck for Russia. Its BIB navigation sensor didn't pass quality tests. This was problematic, as the BIB sensor relied on a computer chip normally supplied from the West, a chip that Russia could no longer purchase due to Western sanctions. So Russian scientists had to develop a new one on their own, the Bias L. Luna 25 was cleared as ready to launch on the 11th of August 2023.
Again, guys, I'm here to answer any and all questions you have.
Laser mass spectrometers, infrared spectrometers,
But if you want to just chat with yourselves, that's fine.
even a device for measuring dust and
I guess.
molecules. Luna 25 would operate on the moon's surface for a whole year, enduring the freezing cold of lunar nights and the intense solar radiation of lunar days. It had the potential to do some good science. The Soyuz rocket was powerful enough that it would get Luna 25 to the moon's surface by August 21st, 2 crucial days before India's lander arrived. Russia would indeed win the race against its rival. Luna 25 launched successfully from the Vostochny Cosmodrome on the 11th of August 2023 and entered the moon's orbit on August 16th. It took photographs of the moon's surface, imaging the Zeeman crater. All systems were functioning normally, and communications were good. Russian scientists then began to make final preparations for the landing itself. The south pole of the moon is home to some treacherous terrain, and the scientists didn't want a rough touchdown, which could potentially harm Luna 25. But then, something went wrong. On August 19th, Luna 25 lost communications with Earth. No longer guided remotely, Luna 25 attempted to perform its own pre-planned maneuver that would take it from a
Back as a
circular
guy for
orbit
future
of the
reference
moon
and making your own
to
too.
a path down towards
I
the
agree,
surface.
Sonia. I agree.
However, further failures occurred. The Bias L navigation device, the one developed by Russian scientists after the previous one hadn't passed quality control tests, had sent bad information to the ship's onboard control unit.
Well, perhaps Seaborgium. Who knows?
27 seconds instead.
Or maybe we'll be raptured away before that happens and we'll no longer have to worry about it. That'd be nice.
Steeper descent. On the 20th of August, Luna 25 careened down towards the moon's surface at a pace too fast to stop. Roscosmos scientists could do nothing but look on in horror as the lander hurtled into the terrain, traveling faster and faster. Although no external cameras witnessed the impact, it's easy to imagine the grim result of acceleration under gravity that turned Luna 25 back into a lunar coffin. Its lunar mission had not lasted a year, but only a few days.
You know, Barbie, it would be nice. It really would.
NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter did a flyby later, taking an image of the site of the craft's final resting place. Luna 25 had impacted hard.
But do I think it's going to happen anytime soon? I think we're in the season. That's
Russia
all I
had
can
yet
say.
to show the world that it was still a great power when it came to space exploration. However, Luna 25 had been mired by pressures and challenges.
That's right, you don't know the day or the hour, but you can know the season, Gunbari.
The Russian replacement ship was not precise enough, or was not hardy enough to survive the high radiation environment of space.
That's right, as she
However,
said, as
Russia's
Sonia
attempt
said.
to beat its rival India also created problems for itself. When I learned about its arrival date being 2 days before India, it reminded me of a similar time when the Soviet Union's Luna 15 mission crashed into the moon only a few hundred miles, and on the same day as Apollo 11.
That's one way to look at it, Seaborgian, but at the same time, that's only necessary
As the astronauts
if entropy is the only way,
was
and it's
unmanned,
not.
if America's mission had failed, it would have been the point of
Heisenberg's
the Soviet
uncertainty
Union
principle
that Luna 15 had managed to steal
shows
America's
us
thunder.
that reverse
This
entropy is
was
possible.
political point scoring. The Soviet Union didn't
Reverse
want
entropy
to just
being
get to the moon.
manifestation.
They wanted to get there first.
The double slit experiment,
Inevitably,
we actually
racing
perceive and
beat
create
someone
reality
else
at the same
would take
time.
less time making sure everything works
If
to
we can
its
literally
fullest.
manifest a moon
And
right in
so,
front of us,
we ran a greater risk of failure.
then there's no reason for us to have to end.
Luna 15, Russia's Luna 25 had the opposite effect that its country's leadership intended. Rather than show Russia's superiority in space
Virtual
exploration,
particles can pop up into existence out of nowhere,
rival
based upon the laws of quantum
Russia
mechanics.
still was working with institutions
Just look at Hawking radiation, you'll see what I'm talking about.
advances, perhaps
That's
even
basically
more
conscious
serious
energy that's
threat.
manifesting physical logics.
In many respects, it's a tragedy. Perhaps this can one day change.
So,
The future of mankind seems pointed
it's not
towards
necessarily a
space.
requirement that we're going to
Because
end at one
thrive
point.
out there, it will be because we as a world work together. The tragic fate of the Luna 25 mission can and should be a learning experience, not just an embarrassing footnote in history, but only if the right lessons are drawn from it.
I listen to rock and alternative and stuff like that, but there's only a handful of types of music that I don't like. One of them being rap and another one being country. But even country, I can listen to some of that.
Our superiority to each other could finally be
Even rap, some of that I can listen to.
in a frozen coffin.
Generally speaking, though, rock is what I like.
The moon, Earth's natural satellite, orbiting approximately 384,000 kilometers away. A celestial object that scientists have studied for thousands of years, using its regular motions to mark the passage of time in calendars. Its dependable rhythms help ancient civilizations to track when to plant crops, and its waxing and waning phases cemented the moon's place deep in the heart of symbol and tradition. It's a wonder, a necessity, and a curse. While the moon's desolate beauty has captured the vision of poets, it also brings desolation. There is one lunar rhythm that is not helpful to us, a 19-year cycle that brings unexpected floods and ruin. And NASA scientists are worried that in the middle of the 2030s is about to hit its hardest yet. For ecosystems that are adapted to it the right way, this won't be a problem. But how adapted are we? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join with me today as we learn about the innocently named lunar nodal cycle and why we need to start developing a much better understanding of the fluctuating behavior of our moon if we are to protect ourselves against its dangers. Much like the sun, the moon is an inescapable part of life on Earth. The moon has an immense impact on our planet. You likely have already heard how its cycles influence our wildlife, affect our climate, and create tides. We tend to imagine that the moon and the Earth's gravities cause them to circle each other in a relatively stable, synchronized harmony. But, as is so often the case, nature is not as simple as we imagine it. Instead, every 18.6 years, the moon's orbit undergoes a subtle revolution. A a shift in its alignment between us and our sun that causes high tides to grow even higher, tipping us over the edge into dangerous flood territory. But let's delve
I'm here to
into
answer
what
y'all's
this sun
questions.
revolution is. Its name is the lunar nodal cycle,
But
or
if you're just gonna stand
precession
by,
of
that's cool.
planets. This complex name refers to a specific feature of the moon's orbit of the Earth. You likely know that every 29.5 days the moon orbits the Earth. However, this orbit is not flat, or to be more specific, there is a 5-degree difference between the angle of the moon's orbit and the ecliptic plane, the 2D plane on which the Earth orbits around the sun. For half of the month, the moon is slightly higher than the plane of the ecliptic. For the other half, it drops below it. Naturally, this means that there are two crossover points, or two nodes, an ascending node and a descending node, that mark the point where the moon goes from one side over to the other. And it is these nodes that move over the course of the 18.6-year cycle, slowly rotating around the planet in one complete revolution. The nodes themselves are what causes the problem. To understand why, let's recap what we know about tides. You may already be familiar with how the moon's gravity pulls the Earth's water towards it, causing a bulge in sea levels on the side closest to it that we call high tide. You likely also know that this happens on the side of the planet furthest away from the moon. Rather than being caused by gravity, this second bulge is caused by centrifugal forces, as the Earth and the moon's gravitational pull on each other causes them to behave like two dancers holding each other by the arms and spinning across the dance floor. While it's mostly the moon moving, due
Granite.
to the Earth being much more massive, the Earth is also swung around a little. The water behind it is thus trying to fling off into space through its raucous spinning, causing the second high tide. The sun also has a role to play in tide formation, albeit to a lesser degree.
I'm in the middle of
It's a bigger
writing
mass,
something in my
which would
notebook.
cause a greater pull if it were closer.
And woke
But its
insanity. I
further
like your name,
distance
by the way.
means that the sun's effect is only 1/3 as big as the moon. When the moon and the sun are aligned, we get extra large tides called spring tides. This happens 6 to 8 times a year. When not aligned, they partially cancel each other out, causing smaller tidal extremes known as neap tides. So now consider the influence of lunar nodes on this tidal tug of war. During spring
100%.
tides, the pull of the sun
Couldn't agree more with you,
working
woke insanity.
in unison
And woke
causes
insanity.
the highest tides and the largest risk of floods. However, the sun and the moon are never more aligned than they are at the node. During the rest of each 9.3-year phase, they're not quite tugging in the same direction, so tides are more temperate. At the node, that's where things get more serious and risk of floods become highest. The last time this alignment occurred in September 2015, the UK and the US both issued major flood warnings to the citizens. In September itself, there were floods, albeit minor ones, but it was only when heavy rain combined with the strength of the lunar nodes a couple of months later that the real damage
You're
was
making your
inflicted.
costume right now?
In the US,
Nice.
October,
What are you gonna go trick-or-treating as?
caused property damage and people having to be rescued by emergency services. At the end of December 2015, the UK was hit by some of the worst floods it had seen in a century. Combined with the power of Storm Desmond, flooding and storm damage caused an estimated £1.3 billion in damages.
I'm just
These floods
writing a review framework
but that in and of itself
when I review the next book that I've
explains
read.
the worry for the
You're going as a Wendigo? Cool.
2030.
Cool.
There is an extra element to play beyond the regular rhythm of this rising flood risk we have been seeing through the course of human history. Unfortunately, the next node's alignment with the sun
You know, on my channel, his name is Aphrodite.
devastating.
Interesting.
Danger is that this phenomenon is combined with an already strained system, even more strained than it was in 2015. Climate change has resulted in steadily rising sea levels. When the next node aligns with the sun, it planetary over coastlines around the world. This means human life will inevitably be affected by these floods, impacting shelter, clean water supplies,
Yes.
electricity, as well as the increased risk of waterborne disease outbreaks like hepatitis A and cholera. Plus, receding floodwater can create stagnant pools of water where mosquitoes gather, which can spread other diseases like malaria. This has a knock-on effect on economic issues, as these natural events can make coastal life unaffordable, with increased cost of insurance on these homes, or an inability to find insurance at all, which could cause a reduction in asset value in the community. Consequently, this lunar nodal cycle will damage the quality of life in coastal communities, where infrastructure may not be rebuilt or adapted to this force of nature. It's not
You
just
talking about me and woke insanity?
Ilya
I
Rushdie,
have a book.
a visiting
It's right here.
professor at Rutgers
Black and
University,
white. The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the
where
apocalypse.
high tides are higher,
You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon. It's also available in
fishes are
audiobooks.
habitat for a range of species,
Grab a copy. Let me know what you think. Leave me a review. Those are gold.
creatures to drown.
Many more to come once I get this one.
Fish, seabirds,
Once I get enough of these sold. Yes, I did end woke insanity.
suffer.
My first novel of many.
Ones that rely on salt marshes, as salt marshes hold a multitude of marine life, which includes 75% of all fishery species. This means that the lunar wobble impacts the food chains of humans and animals, causing disturbances to their natural habitat and impacting their populations. While this all does seem fairly doom and gloom, it's interesting to note that not all ecosystems on the planet are negatively affected by flooding and high tides. Ecologist Neil Sainterland of Akari University analyzed that the lunar nodal cycle impacts heavily on the expansion and contraction of mangrove canopy cover over most of the Australian continent. The analysis showed that the peaks of the lunar nodal cycle coincided
I did,
with
Guy.
the mangrove canopy.
I'm not a very good painter, as you can see.
The lunar wobble is at its minimum phase. It causes the mangrove ecosystems to become very dry, which leads to thinner canopy cover. Yet, when lunar wobble is at its maximum phase, mangrove
No, the publishing company did the cover art.
canopies are beneficial to Earth's environment, as they are
They did a pretty good job with it.
systems that fight against climate change, protect
It's a
wildlife,
focus on the main
shield coastlines.
battle of the story.
Four times
You have to
larger
read it to know what it's about.
rainforests.
And if you want to know the truth of what's happening in the world and existence and my belief about God and all that stuff,
It's not all that
read this book. It'll tell you.
It's clear that if we don't
It'll tell you what's actually going on.
coastal cities and environments will face a serious crisis. The all-important question, then, is what can we do about it? One method is better protection. As mentioned previously, the protection and restoration of mangroves can act as a shield against flooding, as they can mitigate the vulnerability of communities on the coastlines. More specifically, mangroves can avert damage by decreasing the height and energy of waves as they pass through mangrove forests. The above-ground roots and branches diminish the height of the waves, and thus the waves lose energy, ultimately stopping the waves emerging onto the seabed and engulfing the sediments. The mangrove's roots and branches also reduce wind energy, which can stop the formation of waves. According to reports, densely packed mangroves can halve the height of a wave through just a 100-meter passage. For comparison, in an open forest where roots and branches are more sparse, it would take 500 meters for a wave to halve its height. So, preservation and reforestation of these mangroves or plants with a similar capability can become a great shield against upcoming floods. Another possible solution is to learn how to live with these flood-heavy conditions, working with nature rather than against it. For example, let's take a look at the flood defenses in the Netherlands, where one
Nice.
country is
Must be on serious sale,
another thing.
because usually it's about $17.
They've built infrastructure that works with water and manages the rising sea levels. They do this by designing facilities like holders. Holders are bits of land below sea level that have been reasserted from a body of water. It's always fully or partially surrounded by an embankment to keep the water out that comes from either the sea or a river. These holders offer a network of drainage canals and pumps to manage water levels. by disposing
Okay,
of excess water
Ogdogram.
and running water back to the sea or river to make sure that the water doesn't run over land. shows that there are ways in which we can observe nature and live alongside it. So, the bad news is, behind its ethereal beauty, our moon hides a power that, if just so combined,
I'll be
is
right back,
incredibly
guys. I'm gonna go do a
powerful
couple
to its
things.
customers.
Be back in just a
However,
sec.
there's always another cost too, as knowledge is a power of its own. Understanding our plight can look for solutions, both from already existing ideas and ways forward that have yet to be discovered. If we are to endure what is coming, it's high time for us to use our innate creativity and drive to adapt and survive, to work with our planet rather than against it. On the 4th of March 2022, a mysterious rocket booster crashed into the surface of the moon. This event was watched by the scientific community, who had been tracking the booster since 2015 while it silently orbited our planet. When it crashed, it formed a strange double crater that defied precedent or obvious explanation. However, other watchers were more curious about its origin. Who had launched it? No nation claimed to have done so. My mind, when I heard about this, was immediately caught up in the idea of secret government programs or shady corporations launching pirate satellites for a quick profit. But as I delved into it, the origins of this mystery rocket actually opened my eyes to an unexpected issue, one that was deeply troubling. It speaks of an era fast in coming, where rather than space being a place of peaceful exploration, it might be rife with danger and conflict. Hopefully this is something that can be avoided, but the first step is to understand what is happening up there. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join with me today as we learn the likely origins of this rocket and the unsettling implications its existence casts on space exploration in general. To begin with, figuring out the origins of the rocket booster, known as WE0913A, is actually one of the simpler aspects of this mystery. And no, it's likely not the jettison from a secret government program. While admittedly, I don't have insider knowledge about the classified space programs of all the nations around the world, it turns out secret space launches are surprisingly difficult to achieve, making this explanation unlikely. This is because, for the last 70 years, after the invention of the intercontinental ballistic missile, countries have become very
I'm back.
interested in knowing when other countries are launching rockets.
Well, thank you, End Woke Insanity. I appreciate it.
Was that America and Russia would send
Yeah, I need to get more
missiles
sales.
as such,
You know?
it's a matter of survival. Each
It's a
knows
good
what the
book.
other nation is doing.
I can tell you that straight up.
Radar.
It's just not, it doesn't have enough reach. That's one of the reasons I worked on this YouTube channel as extensively as I did, to try to build an audience, and then YouTube stopped giving me views.
Information onto the American people.
So, you know.
But since then, radar
Anyways,
systems
how long
and
did it take you to
satellites
write
have
it?
become so good, they
This
have
one,
been
it actually took me
so
like 10 years to write the
it's
book.
essentially impossible now
I
to
was
send a
like
rocket up without
poking at it for a little while.
rockets up.
It wasn't until I finally sat down and actually tried that I got it done quick.
Space is incredibly open. Even
Um,
if governments miss
You can publish a book for as little as $3,000,
watch the skies
but I did the premium package with this one. It was 10,000.
before someone spotted it. You'd likely have more success disguising your secret spacecraft as something that wasn't. If you sent it up disguised as an innocent satellite, or had it fall off a rocket as if it was simple space junk, you could let it drift through space in plain sight, yet hidden. If our mystery rocket was something like this, that might make more sense. However, we likely know its true origin thanks to a little bit of mathematics. Independent astronomers as far back as 2015 had watched the path of the mystery rocket, and by plotting its course, they were able to calculate the reverse of its trajectory. By doing so, they could work out which nations it had passed over at various points in its past. While initially this led them to believe that it was a stage of a SpaceX rocket, this theory was later supplanted by a much more probable explanation that it had belonged to the
I was able to
Chinese
quickly find it on
Chang'e
Amazon.
5
That's
T1
important for
mission.
sales.
The mission
Yeah,
was
yeah.
passed over China on the same day as the Chang'e 5 T1 launch, and that
I'm certain that Page Publishing is not updating my sales numbers.
Additional evidence. University of Arizona students at the
So,
Space Domain Awareness Lab used a Raptors telescope to take a spectroscopic survey of the mystery rocket. Essentially, by looking at it through a telescope and evaluating the type of paint used on it from the light reflected off it, they were able to compare it to existing records and identify that it would closer match to China's rocket style and SpaceX's. These cooperating pieces of evidence led astronomer Jonathan McDowell to claim 100% certainty that the mystery rocket had belonged to China. But China denied it. When asked by journalists, Foreign Ministry spokesman
thank you, N.
Wang
Woke
Wenbin
Insanity.
said the
Praying to
following:
God that He lets me
according to
break
China's
through.
monitoring,
I've given
this
God every
H-25
opportunity
mission rocket had fallen through the Earth's
to give me
atmosphere
a
in the same
breakthrough.
manner
Every opportunity.
China's aerospace endeavors
And
are always in keeping with
at every
exceptional
turn, He's allowed the devil to block
Some
me.
astronomers believe China was innocently mistaken here.
So,
It is also possible that China wasn't telling the truth. But
yeah,
if
I just
evidence
want to
is
get a
so
literary
strong
agent
against them,
so that I can get
China,
more eyes on
it's
the book.
perhaps that last line that offers the vital clue. China does not want to be seen as in breach of international law. And this is where I start to get annoyed. Not necessarily with China, but with something which is a worldwide problem. You might not be aware of international space law. It does actually exist, although it is a little patchy. It is made up of a number of treaties that
I'm
various
from
countries have
Morocco.
signed and ratified over the years, such as the Rescue Agreement,
Uh,
highlighting nations'
don't do
responsibilities
that,
to help
Lamine.
astronauts in distress if
Don't
they're
do that.
able, or the Outer Space Treaty
Good.
of
I was a chubby
1963,
and needed
which
some.
enshrines in international law
Angry
the
man,
right
that is
of all
gross.
nations to explore space.
That is very
It makes
gross.
states responsible for all space-related activities of their
Writing a book
citizens,
for years,
and
just haven't
maintains
got
that
there
space
yet.
objects like the moon
Yeah.
should only be used with
Well,
peaceful
the best
purposes.
way I
It is
can
the
tell,
treaty that forbids
the best
any
advice I
nation
can
from
give you
placing nuclear weapons in
is
space,
carve out some
which
time in your
means that
day,
there are no orbiting
every day.
satellites with nuclear weapons
Carve it
that
out
are there today, ready to rain
to
down
get
destruction on the
500
planet.
words per day
It
written.
makes states liable
If
for
you do
bad
that,
guys that they've
you'll
ordered in
get a
space,
novel written, a
for instance,
standard
to
length
avoid
novel
harmful contamination of
written in
celestial
140
objects.
days.
It's
And then you'll get it
against this
published
article that China
maybe 3 to 5 months after that.
While there was likely little harm done by the mystery rocket crashing into the moon, it's not a good look to accidentally lose track of your rocket stages and have them crash.
I've been on a
years later.
break in my writing recently, so I haven't been doing it, but beforehand I was writing like 500 words a day.
If the rocket
I have like
crashed into a
500,000
satellite, or
just waiting to be published.
bases on the moon and the rocket part had hit one of those, then it would have meant China had broken international law. But why do I suggest that this will lead to an era of conflict? After all, while it's disappointing, it's certainly not that surprising a nation would try to hide things to get ahead or to avoid looking bad. And I take issue with more than just the fact that there's an increasing amount of space debris circling in space, although this is becoming an increasing problem. No, the true cause for alarm is the fact that space law is so unregulated that the rocket's origin was a mystery in the first place. International law is currently insufficient to ensure the peaceful exploration of space in the years to come. What exists is noble, but rife with holes and ambiguities. Let's take,
I
for
mean, it
example,
should
the
be
Outer
N.
Space
Woke
Treaty,
Insanity, but
one of the foundational
I'll have
treaties
to
for
look
peaceful use of
into it.
space, signed by
Should be
170
available anywhere you can
countries
buy
around the
books.
world, including the US, China, Russia, and essentially anyone else with a space program. It states that outer space is not subject to national appropriation by claim of sovereignty, by means of use or occupation, or by any other means.
But yeah, I've given God
This
many,
is
many
unfortunately
opportunities
somewhat ignored.
where He could let me
How
break
does this
through.
idea square with the desires of an increasing number of
You
nations
just
to set up bases
won't get in front of the devil.
behind places like the moon? If you set
So.
up a base on a planet or moon, that certainly sounds like you're trying to stake a claim to at least part of it, which sounds a lot like sovereignty. Claiming resources certainly appears to me to be appropriation. The US Artemis Accords, signed by 23 countries now, attempts to get around this by having signees legally state that they're not appropriating any of the resources they extract from the moon, but other nations claim that this is nonsense. The The American interpretation has been perceived by some as just a new version of the enclosure movement of Britain in the 18th century, where Britain just claimed land as its
Hello,
own.
amigo Rick. How you doing?
Depending on which legal interpretation is carried out in the end, there is a risk that any nation that attempts to claim resources from the moon might be in breach of international law.
Never tried him, Logan the comic.
Down.
Sounds good though.
Consider the Outer Space Treaty's article about space being a place
I'm doing
for
all right,
small
amigo.
forces. No nuclear weapons
Not too
or
much to
weapons of
complain
mass
about.
destruction are allowed in
Well, a
space.
lot to complain about, but I
However,
choose
this
not to.
applies only to weapons of mass destruction,
Because there's also a lot of
which
good
leaves
stuff
little
happening.
wiggle room for weapons of middling destruction or lower, and such ideas are being currently explored. In 2003, a full 40 years after the Outer Space Treaty was signed, the US Air Force proposed an idea of placing 20-foot-long tungsten rods, nicknamed rods.
It's part of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You have to be given both options and then you pick. You choose to react well. You do that and you defeat the devil. I don't like having to always get the bad part put in front of me as well, but it is what it is. It's the way this world works.
Fortunately, rather than rods, it was the idea that was dropped as it was too expensive, but not because it encroached on international law. With civilization's increasing reliance on satellites for business, communication, banking, navigation, and a host of other applications, weapons in space are becoming increasingly common. Satellites are increasingly becoming a point of vulnerability in the nation's security. Various nations are developing anti-satellite missiles or defenses against ASAT missiles to threaten others' interests and defend their own. This is a complex issue, but one that carries unexpected dangers. Space conflict of this kind is not as intuitive as you might think. When Russia tested one such ASAT missile on a test satellite of its own, it sent thousands of pieces of debris into orbit around the planet. Some of these pieces could remain in space for years.
What if religions are false and the creator can't be named or known? Maybe it isn't God, just unfortunate circumstances and actions you're surrounded by. You can do anything you want if you put in the work and make the right decisions.
Satellites in space for everyone.
Hmm.
Interestingly, Russia and China have pushed for a treaty.
Religion, perhaps,
that bans all weapons
being
in space
false.
of any kind,
God
but this has been
does
stonewalled
exist.
by the US. Favor the approach laid out by US
I'm a
President
Christian
Theodore
myself.
Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Arguably,
Jesus is a
some
Jew.
force in space might actually be necessary, adding to the
You meet people
complexity
where
of the
they are.
situation. To say that there is a lack of trust between the big
If you don't do that, they're not going to understand your language. You're going to produce an unrecognizable signal.
January 2018, a US company called Swarm
It's like
permission by the US Federal
a pseudo-random noise signal in the ether. You need the right code in order to decrypt it. We work the same way, just much more complicated. That means as you meet people where they are. And by the way, as it is written, so it shall be. There are ways to make it true, even if at one point it wasn't. Through the Mandela effect, going back in time and actually doing the thing to make it align with reality. That's what Jesus did. He went to that specific point in existence and time to make it as it was written. He exists, he's real, and I serve him.
If the nations of the world can't agree on some kind of framework for ongoing exploration, there is a risk that space exploration becomes a wild west.
You shouldn't be on your dad's account, Viper Biker.
The more noble aim of scientific advancement left by the wayside. This would be a waste, as with a little extra work, international law could become robust enough to prevent this. What has been agreed so far shows promise. One treaty, known as
I hear you, One Lost Sheep. I do. He's there. He's the one I serve.
Only for peaceful purposes and only to be exploited with a careful agreement according to an international regulatory regime. However, not many nations
Viper Biker,
Abilities
the internet is a
of
dangerous
US,
place.
Russia, or China,
Okay?
which leaves this treaty largely
That's what
ineffective.
I'm going to say.
There so far has not been any agreement on what this regime will look like, nor what common heritage of mankind actually means. If space is going to be a safe place for future generations, this needs to change. More discussion needs to happen on these topics to rein in future illegal activity or escalating space-based armed races. Groups that send rockets into space need to keep track of them. Ultimately, the nations of the so-called civilized world need to come to more agreement on these issues.
Hello, is he okay?
At the end of the day, we don't want to live in a world where we have mystery rockets crashing into the moon. We want to live in a world where space is appreciated for its alien beauty, where its dangers and mechanisms are purely natural and understood.
Old people's out of the
Means
fire,
that it's out there and it's
where
not
worms never
peacefully
die and flame
unfairly
is never quenched.
above
Jesus
all
said that the
hunger
field
ultimately
ripe
destroyed.
harvest worker.
Maybe
It's true,
as a
Russell.
people,
100%.
we need to grow up, not just
Hello,
technologically,
Moto Girl. How
but
you doing?
civilly too. Humanity has always loved new frontiers. In the 16th century,
A
when
man builds a
Christopher
foundation in
Columbus first
sand.
sailed to
Yep,
America,
that's right.
thousands of Europeans embarked on a perilous 6-month voyage across dangerous oceans to follow him. When they arrived, they knew that there would be none of the trappings of European civilization waiting for them. They would have to farm, build shelters, and work hard just to survive. Many didn't make it, either dying in the crossing or in the years after arrival.
That's a pretty good joke,
It didn't
Fister.
stop them
I
from
have to give
looking.
it to you.
It couldn't.
Jesus
The
came
pull of
back
the
in the
new
flesh
frontier
and knew
was
by.
too strong.
Who claimed to be
Fast
Christian
forward
would
to the
deny him
21st
to his
century,
face.
and before us
Start
lies
being
the new
real about
frontier,
your faith. You're wasting
space.
time.
Despite its beauty, it is the most hostile environment imaginable. Space
Not
will
all.
burn you to
I
death.
don't think all of
It
us
will
would.
freeze you. Its radiation will kill you.
But would we crucify him again?
Crush you.
More than likely.
Waste you away. Not even breathable air can be taken for granted.
I think I would go with short sword and shield, Dirt Hero 49.
Something within human nature that we would
I'd like to have a
strive go
shield.
to such a desolate place. Maybe we relish the challenge. There is something that speaks to certain souls about going somewhere hostile and deadly and building
Write a
something
book about
warm
the
and
difference
safe
between
there.
believing and knowing and how religion is an assumption.
Curiosity. There is so much to learn about the
Well, it's a great way to express your
Go on looking
thoughts.
at
I'll tell you that.
photographs, measuring conditions through
And we're supposed to
instruments
have a
is interesting.
dialogue.
There's nothing quite like experiencing
That's how we meet each other where we are.
phenomenon, a wonder of the universe firsthand. Plus, being physically present opens up all new avenues of science. And so, humanity's sights are set on the other planets in the solar
Born
system.
Identity soundtrack is
Mars
a
might have
baby's.
humans walking on
What?
it as early
I don't
as
know what you're talking about there.
2033. It begins with the moon.
He would
The
because
Artemis mission
of all the
intends to
people
get
that wouldn't
humans back
recognize
to the
him
moon
or
by
accept him for what he is.
2023. Through doing so, it will develop
For who
new
he is.
technology and explore technical frontiers
Believing he to be the Antichrist.
The technical
Even though he very
expertise
much is not.
gained from this enterprise will enable scientists
So,
to create spaceships
I
capable of
painted the one on the
carrying life to the wider
right
solar
there.
system.
I painted that one.
It begins with the moon and with Orion 1.
People don't
I'm
know
Alex
how to be
Napoleon,
nice.
and you're watching Astrum. Join with me today after the recent successful splashdown of the first crewable spacecraft to travel to the moon and back.
I was not
in
lying
50
about
years.
the literal truth,
This
who
mission
is our
will
Lord,
open
an
the doorway
assumption.
to distant planets.
You would just have to say, I don't
What
believe
did
them.
it do over the
So I
course of
assume they are
its
saying,
26-day journey? The answer to
I
that
do not
is
chili
a
Ned.
fascinating insight
Not opposed to it, I just never learned how to play it.
having a human
I play piano.
once more. Orion 1's journey to the moon and back started at Launch Complex 39B at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The atmosphere there was tense but excited. This was an important mission. It had
Thank you for the
been
emojis.
50 years since the conclusion of the last space race, but just like that previous one, America is not the only one trying to get to the moon's surface. The Chinese National Space Administration landed a rover on the far side of the moon in 2019, and they have recently developed a rocket, the Long March 9, that could potentially carry a human to the moon in the 2030s. NASA is nothing if not competitive. They hope to be the first ones back up there. For that to happen,
Just for fun, so I could chat with you guys.
the journey was planned to
Talk about stuff that maybe you wanted to talk about?
Meaning traveling in the opposite direction to the moon's orbit of the Earth. So
I
immediately
figured I
following
wasn't
this
doing
transition,
anything else. I might as well hop on and
sunrise.
interact with
This
people.
was no mere attempt at threading the celestial needle. More than flying accurately, Orion 1 would be testing out the various onboard systems needed to support human life on such a journey. Many pieces
I
of
do take
equipment
Bible
and
questions
technology
on lost
were
sheep. Just know that
simply
I am an
unavailable
evangelizer. I'm not a Catholic priest or a pastor or
Thus,
anything. I'm not an
Orion 1 was
authority.
not carrying human
I'm a layman
passengers
like
for
you
this trip.
guys.
That would be for the later Artemis
But
2
if you would
mission.
like to ask
NASA
questions on the
never
Bible, sure, I can
considered
talk
something
about
of
them.
that sort. Introducing Commander Munikin Campos. Munikin Campos is a mannequin dummy filled with radiation sensors designed to record the levels of cosmic exposure astronauts might experience inside Orion 1's crew module. The name is a reference to
Except in the half
Arturo
will
Campos,
continue on to
the
paradise.
electrical engineer who helped save the Apollo
Because
13 mission
what
and
other
design
choice
the
did
fixed
humanity
surface
leave with
oxygen
him?
tank
Leave him with?
ignited,
What do you
which
think
is
about
a nice
that?
nod. I do love the
Hey,
name
Jacob.
Munikin though. Munikin
Been a
was
little bit.
accompanied
Good to
by
see you.
2 other mannequins built for a similar purpose, but for different body types and genders. Female astronauts are going to be launched into space as part of later Artemis missions. It's important to see how space travel affects them specifically. The clothes these mannequins wear, and Orion itself, will need to protect mannequins from cosmic radiation. Most agencies say 50 millisieverts is the maximum safe amount of radiation a person can be exposed to in the air.
I'm not technically,
The moon,
but
like
it would be
Saturn,
the
is 8
sect of
millisieverts.
Christianity with which I'm
If
closest
NASA
aligned.
get these exposure
I
levels
consider
right,
myself a
it could cause
non-denominational Christian, but
serious health
I'm most
risks for
closely
many
aligned with
future
Catholic.
astronauts. Orion 1 launched. This was the maiden voyage
Yeah, I'm
of
doing all
Orion
right. Doing all right, Jacob.
carrying it. The super heavy lift space launch vehicle rocket is NASA's
I would not
tallest,
sell.
most powerful rocket to date, and currently the most powerful in the world, providing 3.8 million kilograms of thrust at launch and capable of lifting nearly 70,000 kilograms and sending it
Let's
into
say it
space.
weren't at some
This
point
will
in
be
woke
carrying
insanity.
Orion 1,
Let's
along with
say,
the
just
CubeSat satellites
humoring you,
NASA
that
will
at
be
some
using
point
to
it may
monitor
not
space
have been.
conditions for future missions.
What's to stop a
The third
timeless
Artemis
creator
mission
from
prepared
going back
Orion
and
1
making
with
it at it
head up
as it is
through
written?
and out of the atmosphere before detaching from its other stages and beginning its journey. And as a personal side note, I have
Mariology? I
never
don't
seen
know what
a
that
rocket
is.
launch like this one. The power you can see through the video is simply incredible. I've seen a lot of rocket launches in my time.
I do agree with
This
that
one
one, Lost
was
Sheep.
jaw-dropping.
It
The
frustrates the
first
hell out of
phase
me.
of the flight had
The
begun.
fact that they deify
It would take
Mary.
4 days to get to the moon.
It frustrates
NASA
the
had
hell
no
out of me.
intention of wasting the time. Immediately,
And they're very
within
adamant
weeks of
about
their
that
space
too.
travel, they started to
In
test
subtle
Orion.
ways as well as in
Surprisingly,
some not
this
subtle
meant it was
ways.
time to
It
activate
is
Alexa.
idolatry by
Yes,
definition.
Alexa. Alexa made it on board as part of a collaboration with companies Amazon,
Now,
Cisco,
of course, you
and
can
Lockheed
honor, love,
Martin.
and respect
As part
Mary.
of Orion
She is
1's
Jesus'
space
mother, of
program.
course.
This
But you
payload
don't
was a
worship
suite
her.
of video conferencing
You don't
and
worship her.
voice command technology
You don't deify
paid
her.
for by the
She's
companies.
not on the
This
same level as
attempt to
Jesus.
prove how
She's
useful
not.
such software could be as part of NASA's initiatives. Technicians on Earth were able to call Orion 1 and speak to Alexa, getting her to access information on telemetry and flight status. It's an
The
intriguing
one
use of the
big
technology
problem
being
that
showcased.
Catholicism
One
has
day,
is
just
how
like
badly they
Saturn,
fall victim
perhaps
to
all
idolatry.
sufficient control will be voice activated. On the third day of Orion
The
1's
search
journey,
for
once the
search
course
and love of
adjustments had
truth.
been made and
Shay's
it was
greatest
well on
names.
its way towards the moon,
That's not true and
Orion
woke
1
insanity.
developed a visual
That's not true.
animation of itself. There was always the risk of micrometeors hitting Orion 1's surface, and taking these photos would allow
God
NASA
is
to
love
compare
and
the
truth.
extent of the damages caused by this potential cosmic threat. It was a reminder of one of the potential dangers Orion 1 would face. Fortunately, while results are still being analyzed, it
Swan,
seems that
Swan the
micrometeors
Great.
will not damage
Hi, how you doing?
of this trip. In those first days of travel, Orion 1 took images of the planet
Do you
Earth, shrinking further from it the spacecraft traveled.
come back on your own
Voices
account,
started
Viper
to ring
Biker?
in my head. This
For
first
all I
Orion
know, you
1
could
was the
be your
first.
dad and just trying to
Orion 1
play
featured
a
remote science visiting
14-year-old girl.
processes, such as
Go get on your own
the
account.
base where Apollo 11 landed, or the sites of
Is
Apollo
about
12 and
truth,
Apollo 14.
religion. is about faith and belief and truth without fact.
A good dry run. Excellent
Not
practice
necessarily
for
end woke
future
insanity.
missions where they need to drop off
Hey, D Money.
However, it also demonstrated
I don't think I can do that, Richard.
tested aspects of
Thank you,
Orion
Swan the
1's
Great.
flight.
Welcome to the family.
For 50
And
years,
keep in mind, you'll have to manually go to my videos to see them because YouTube doesn't push them even to
NASA is
subscribers.
deeply concerned with astronaut safety. As such, they have worked
I agree,
on
God.
developing backup systems into Orion 1 for what would happen if ever Orion 1 lost contact with Earth and had to navigate on
I'm also straight, Adam, and I have a girlfriend.
Google Maps when you're traveling 8,210
Hey,
kilometers
Train
an
Bike,
hour
how you doing?
over
Welcome back.
370,000
I can't show you the
kilometers
truth. Jesus can genuinely pray and see. Yeah, just talk to Jesus, man. He's the guy you wanna get your answers from. I'm just a guy.
across the seas in ancient times.
Well, thank you, D Money.
Orion 1 would need a compass to help it find its way. Its method for doing this was actually very like those sailors
Doesn't cost money, Viper Biker.
using the stars. The spacecraft comes equipped with an optical navigation camera designed to be able to use the position of the stars.
I painted the one in the right there. These two are painted by my brother. I can't. Whatever. That's right. Love died for all sins.
Tested systems related to making sure this capability worked and wouldn't be jeopardized by anything space had to throw at it.
That's a cop out and end woke insanity. Just say that the argument shall continue at a later date. But I can't say that we'll agree to disagree.
After passing through the zone of radio silence, Orion 1
I do not, Swan the Great.
around the other side of the moon.
God is our Savior, yes, Jesus Christ.
And while doing so, he was able to record an incredible sight.
Which brother, Train Bike?
What we see here on Earth, an Earthrise. Then it was time for more tests, including one of my favorites, the sloshing test.
I don't know who Garrett is.
Fluid mechanics are complicated. Being able to predict how liquids like engine fuel will move under acceleration requires advanced computer models even on Earth. Once you add to that the complexity of variable gravity levels, it almost becomes easier simply to go up to space and see. NASA was keenly interested in how much and in what ways the fuel aboard Orion 1 would move under thrust, otherwise known as sloshing. This would provide valuable data.
Oh, these two paintings are painted by my brother James, not Garrett.
Over the course of the next 2 weeks,
Oh, I see what you're talking about. No, it's James.
lunar orbits. During these complicated maneuvers, Orion 1's thrusters were tested intensely. It takes mathematical
There's only one unforgivable sin in woke insanity.
crashing into
Only
the
one.
surface of the moon and flying off into space. Without thrusters that performed exactly as needed when needed, Orion 1 would not have enough fuel to complete its
Before you were, I am, right, God?
supplies it carried. As it happened, Orion 1 performed more efficiently than expected. Its thruster burns
I'll consider it Swan the Great. I'm not really into that,
it was able
those
to
kinds of
intercept the
games.
lunar flyby, passing as close as
No,
140 kilometers from
there's no
Earth's
Garrett in
surface.
my family.
While many things went well, there were difficulties too. On day 8, for reasons that remain unclear, Orion 1 dropped out of communications with Earth for 47 minutes. After that, on day 19, power temporarily dropped out to the ship's motors and propulsion subsystems. Fortunately, NASA were able to get these systems up and running again. The second stage of its journey was complete. The final stage, re-entry, was all that remained. Could Orion survive re-entering Earth's atmosphere? To make the process easier, Orion would only attempt to get its crew module home.
Just water, Swan the Great.
Itself and the rest of Orion
Water with pieces of ice in it.
ease its way into the atmosphere. Orion's crew module performed a skipping maneuver, similar to the way you might skim
My brother James is a stubborn lad.
advanced
He
techniques,
has his own YouTube channel,
allowing it to
and he posts videos on it every day. His channel is a fairly large channel, but whenever I request to live stream something, he says no, just because I asked to do it.
NASA had expected this.
So,
They still had to wait with bated breath as Orion's autonomous systems were
Gray Ninja the Gray.
and as its new heat-resistant
Hello, how you
exterior plating tried to protect its
Typical James, yeah, that's it, basically.
At
Just hanging out, Swan the Great.
At over 200
Chatting with
kilometers
y'all.
per hour, Orion's parachutes began to deploy. First, 3 smaller ones to remove the bay doors. Next, 2 drogue parachutes intended to begin slowing.
Nothing much, Koi. Just hanging out with y'all, chatting.
Later, parachute
I'm actually watching a video from Astrum right now.
slowed Orion 1's entry to the
I can
point
drop a
where
poo and say it's gold.
survived.
But would you believe me?
On the 11th of
Because I wrote a
December,
book about.
Orion 1 splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, activating a wide array of signal beacons. It called for someone to pick it up. It was the U.S.
I had a bag of protein chips and 2 Hormel's Chormbles protein candy bars.
This also allowed them to perform even more tests. This time, the test
You're funny, Train Bike. His channel's Nerdstrong. You can find him by Nerdstrong. He's a Magic the Gathering card player.
Analysis of that is still underway, but the initial results look positive.
That's right, God.
Were not
100%. It's the only thing that matters.
Celsius re-entry temperatures. We are also waiting on NASA for data from the radiation sensors on the mannequins themselves. But they had done it. They had run their race. The data that Artemis
I'm the new chill guy.
generated would be
I try to be chill.
in allowing NASA astronauts to stand on the surfaces of
What's
worlds
up, Koi?
other than our own again. Humanity's quest to reach ever further frontiers continues. For Orion 1, its part in this ever-developing journey was complete. The Apollo program.
Well, thanks, Swan the Great. I appreciate it.
Part of human scientific history. To this day, we have never beaten some of the landmarks set by the Apollo missions. It is still the only program to get a human
I'm
beyond
watching a channel called Astrum.
with recent
A-S-T-R-U-M.
efforts to return people to the moon by
It's a channel about space.
2024, it seemed like a good idea to look back at mankind's first giant leap to visit our closest neighbor. But what drove humanity to visit the moon in the
I don't know what you're talking about, Train Bike.
What did we learn once we were there? There's a lot to discuss.
Yeah, it is interesting and woke insanity for sure.
Flights and over a dozen unmanned ones. There were challenges, breakthroughs,
Anything about aliens?
triumphs.
On Astrum? Yeah, sure. Every once in a while they'll talk about aliens.
McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join with me as today we explore the first
I
steps
noticed.
in getting a man on the moon with the Apollo program. The intro to this new series I'm planning on this incredible group of missions. NASA's Apollo program was and still is the single largest research and
Nope.
development program that has
There's no
ever
cats.
been
There are no cats in this room.
during peacetime. During its peak,
You always wanted to be abducted.
400,000 people, drawing on the support of
This argument too
20,000
flat
different
earlier.
industrial companies and universities, and represented
That they're CIA operatives
the entire U.S. government's budgetary spending. Given that nowadays
designed for social engineering.
about 0.5% of the U.S. government
95% of them.
this raises
A few of them actually genuinely believe it.
why was the U.S. so focused on achieving this goal? Firstly, we must understand a little of the context that led up to the creation of the Apollo program, and that begins with understanding the Cold War.
Yeah, basically. Nice try, Feds, right?
Tensions began to rise between the two global superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, who each wanted to prove that their nation was superior.
See what we could be suggested into believing.
Between two nations striving to compete
Adjustment Bureau? I heard of that movie. I never saw it.
each saw the success of the other as a threat to their very way of life. America was
They're in the phones and in the walls. They've got flies on the wall that they can use to spy on us.
while the USSR
Nothing is hidden. There are no secrets.
than America,
There really never were,
of communist
but especially now.
each side viewed the other with deep suspicion.
California, Koi.
That they wouldn't be left behind. And so it was with great alarm to the American people that on the 4th of October 1997,
So, Swan the Great, there actually is a scientific answer to that.
launched the first ever artificial satellite to orbit Sputnik 1,
Basically, you have an evolutionary inflection point.
8 times
Right.
the size of any satellite.
So there comes a certain point in a creature's evolution where they become,
440 during the 3 months
what's the word? They can produce viable offspring with a chicken, like the one that we see in the modern day. Once a creature can produce viable offspring from a chicken, then they are themselves a chicken.
The rocket that launched Sputnik 1
So
was
this
called
is the
Cosmos
inflection point of the chicken.
and was
Oh, we
named
can breed with them now.
using
Go over
4.4
here.
million
We can still breed
pieces
with
of
them.
rust.
Now we can't.
American
All right.
rockets, by comparison,
So
typically produce
that
670,000
happens
units
at
of rust.
inception, or
This
pardon me,
breakthrough
conception.
unsettled the American people
So
for two
technically,
reasons. Firstly,
the egg
the
came
era when the
first.
threat of nuclear war was never far away. Knowing that an enemy nation had access to such powerful rockets made Americans feel vulnerable. It seemed
And it was the
inevitable that some
recombination
rockets
of the
would have
DNA
nuclear
of the
payloads
mother and the
set aside
father
to
chicken
humans. A valid
and
concern,
the
as
random
the
evolution
concept was designed with a
that
nuclear
produced the
payload in
modern
mind.
day chicken.
And up until that point, the US had never been worried about such attacks on their home soil due to their geographical distance
No,
from
Creed.
other nations. But more than that,
Where'd the egg come
Americans were
from?
worried that the Soviet
From
Union
proto
was
chickens.
advancing further than them in terms of science and technology. To reassure the people,
Pre-chickens, creatures that were
elected President Kennedy
before
ran for
chickens.
office on a promise that he would ensure American
Exactly,
supremacy
proto-chicken.
over the USSR in space technology. When he was successfully elected,
Well, that's what I'm saying. The proto chicken produced the chicken egg.
was shocked when he realized how much the whole thing would cost. However, when the USSR completed another space landing
Thank you for the
on
hearts.
April 12th, 1961, by getting the first human into space, President Kennedy began to ask his researchers what they could do to match or exceed the Soviet progress.
Hi to you as well.
The answer came back on April 20th of that same year. If they wanted to beat the Soviet Union, who were already ahead in the space race thanks to their powerful R-7 rockets, they would need to aim for something that was currently outside of both nations' capabilities. The target suggested was an internationally lofty one, designed to impress the world. NASA would put a man on the moon. This challenge would require improvements.
I don't know why you're saying that, Koi.
They would
What?
need to produce 50 times as much force to lift all the rocketry and modules necessary to get a person to the moon and back. NASA would also require a significant
Hello, Los. How you doing?
budget, which was swiftly approved. In 1961, NASA was given $744 million for their various projects. Just a few years later,
Interesting
as
cutthroat.
requirements ramped up, NASA was receiving over $5 billion per year. NASA began using these funds to expand their operations, building new
Did you
launch
really,
sites,
Swan the Great? How did you do that?
hiring new staff, and purchasing research and development equipment such as vacuum chambers capable of nearly simulating a perfect vacuum. NASA had already been considering how to get a man to the moon in early 1960, but with this infusion of resources and political impetus, they began to consider the problem much more seriously. There were various plans drawn up to explain how to go about getting a person on the moon. Should they build one giant rocket that would fly straight to the moon and back again in a plan called direct descent? Or maybe instead an Earth orbit rendezvous might be a better option, where over the course of up to 15
You want me to say, Day-o,
spacecraft parts could be carried
Day-o.
out in space.
Daylight, come on, me one go home.
Rocket just flying straight to the
Day,
moon and back again.
me said day, me said day, me said day, me said day, me said day-o. Daylight, come on, me one go home. It's a troll account, Koi. Hello, Valerie. How you doing?
But launching so many rockets would massively increase the overall costs and complexity of the project.
Came outside walking the street and I stopped her. Nice. There you go, Swan the Great. That's the way. Welcome back, Aiden. Hello, football news and reviews. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice! Doing good? Alright, cool. Of course, Swan the Great.
These two modules would travel together to the moon. The lunar module, which was much smaller than the
Thank you for the hearts.
would detach from the command module and would take astronauts down to the surface. Once they were there, it would take them back up again to rendezvous with the command module. Once all the astronauts and samples were transferred back to the command module, the Man module would travel alone back to Earth before finally splashing down in the ocean. It seems a little complex, but it was hoped to be the most
Thank you for the
economical,
emojis.
both in terms of
Woo.
cost and in terms of work
You're
disruption
not okay?
requirements.
I'm sorry.
With this plan in place, NASA could begin construction and testing. They
Um,
would need
which one
three
is that,
rockets
Zion?
significantly larger and more powerful than anything they had ever done before. They would need to put their own astronauts
Oh,
in
thank you, Swan the
space
Great.
and thoroughly test each stage of the journey to
Hey,
ensure
Goofy
the
Goober.
success of the program.
I love the name.
They were underway. The Apollo
We are
program.
of like kin, as I am a Goofy
If
Goober as
I've
well.
seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of
Why are you
giants.
even asking that, Zion?
Just like with Isaac Newton,
He's
the Apollo
garbage.
program did not stand alone. Its
Duh.
achievements would not have been possible if it had not been for the important missions that ran before it.
That's not very nice, Cutthroat.
alongside it. It built on the understanding learned from those missions, expanded on their technology, and drew on the expertise of the people.
Today's your birthday? Well, happy birthday.
I'm Alex McColgan, and
Hello,
you're watching
Pumbaa the
History.
Pig. How you doing?
Join with me today as we examine two of those vital early programs, Project Mercury and Project Gemini, and investigate how they helped a fledgling NASA to gain a greater understanding of how to put a man on the moon. I hope by the end of this video to have earned your like and subscription. NASA as an
Doing all right.
institution has not been around forever. It was only created in 1958 in response to the Soviet Union launching the Sputnik satellite about a year earlier.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
now I see what
fair to
you're
say
talking about,
NASA
Cutthroat.
was completely new even in 1958. When US President Eisenhower signed off on the formation of NASA, he did it by combining several already existing programs and institutions. There was the NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the US Army's Ballistic Missile Agency, and German scientists who had worked on ballistic missiles for Germany during World War II. Beyond that, the US Air Force had been working on a Man in Space Soonest, or MISS program.
Hello,
which was
Adrian.
also built to NASA, along with some of their facilities.
Adrian!
Alongside other government projects, provided the foundation for NASA. However, amongst all of these, there wasn't a way to get a human into orbit. The closest was the X-15
I
program.
painted this one,
Garrett
but not these
was
two.
skimming the edges of space, and in the early 1960s,
Yeah, not the other two.
broke records by flying to a height of 105 kilometers and achieving speeds of over 6,000 kilometers per hour. A later X-15 broke 7,200 kilometers per hour and holds the record to this day for the fastest crew-powered aircraft. However, while this was the common line of 100 kilometers, or the FIA's definition of space, this really is the limit of an airplane. Something more would need to be developed to get a human.
That's not very nice, Adrian. Or Aiden.
to the moon.
Aiden.
So NASA began its first project to get a human properly into space, Project Mercury. Project Mercury's mission was a continuation of the Man in Space Soonest.
Hello, Slap Doctor. How you
As the name
doing?
suggests, its objective was to get a man into orbit and back safely, ideally before the Soviet Union. This would not be an easy task. Riding a rocket into space meant an astronaut would need to deal with G-forces, intense vibrations, the risk of explosion from riding on what was basically a repurposed missile.
I think that's the point, Pumbaa.
Catastrophic burning up on re-entry.
He's being a goober.
Scientists also worried about radiation once an astronaut left the
Ah!
atmosphere, and even micrometeors striking the ship. While some of these threats proved to be negligible, the odds of being hit by a meteor turned out to be very small. The rest were very real dangers to a human life. The rockets NASA used for Project Mercury were the Redstone rocket, which was later replaced by the
Lagoon
Atlas
Squad
rocket.
Nate.
Both of these rockets were
Interesting name.
missiles.
Hello, the Sunshine. Kyron, get on your mat. Get on your mat. Lay down. Oh, thank you, Cutthroat. No. Lay down. Hey, Skylar, how you doing? I don't know what you mean, Teresa. Happy Saturday, the Sunshine.
The idea was for a launch vehicle to carry a pod up to a height of 161 kilometers.
Got herb chicken, rice, baked broccoli, leftovers. What? Well, sounds like you eat it.
Getting as high as 280
It's a rocket.
point in its orbit before using its
Goon
boosters
Squad
to
Nate.
re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. After surviving
We
roughly
actually have
3
8
year
dogs
trip,
in this house,
which got
Pumbaa.
as hot as 1,600 degrees Celsius,
Slap.
parachutes would open and slow the landing in the
My name
ocean.
is Scott. My name
and
is
retrieve.
Skylar.
Boosters would need
Skylar,
medicine
look
at
up
the
what kind of
correct
fish
time to
you
keep
want.
the weight down.
Kind of
This
fish.
didn't always happen. They were trying out new ablative
Oh, well,
heat
thank you,
shields.
Teresa. That's very kind of you to say.
Completely prevent heat absorption, ablative heat shields absorbed a large amount of heat and then burned it off as a gas, carrying the excess heat with it.
I inherited them
Obviously,
from my
if you
parents.
miscalculated how much heat shield you would need, your craft would run out and you'd burn up. Redundancies would need to be built into the rocket in the event of a malfunction.
Sounds
or with a
tasty,
human
DB.
on board. A rocket-powered escape vehicle was built into the spacecraft as a kind of ejector seat.
I'm well over 100 subs if you're talking about me, Swan the Great.
Try out a manned mission. The first effort in August 1959 did not work.
I've heard that from a few people, Daniel. I don't know how,
The first Mercury
where you
Redstone
see it.
rocket, known as Little Joe 1, only got about
My
4
day's doing all right, Peyton.
before
Welcome
dropping
back.
down on
The
landing
individual
pad.
who shares my name.
Future launches had mixed results. Von Braun ran 20 tests in all between 1959
I don't know,
and
a
1961.
trout?
Most of these tests were not crude, except for a few where trained monkeys and chimpanzees occupied the pod. Von Braun wanted to be absolutely
We're quite a
sure of
ways to go
success
from there,
before
Swan.
allowing a human to go up in one of his rockets. While his caution was excellent scientific practice, it came at a price. In April 1961, Russia beat
I live in
American
California,
technology
the sunshine.
by successfully launching astronaut Yuri Gagarin into orbit, making him the first man in
Upstate
space.
New York? Cool.
Von Braun's first human
Better
launch
than
came 1
downstate
month
New York.
later with astronaut Alan Shepard, although this was still only a suborbital
Sorry.
flight. 2-0 for the Russians.
What,
They
Amanda?
got the first satellite into space, and now the first human into orbit, and the US was worried. Project Mercury ended up launching 6 human flights, 2 on Redstone rockets,
You're at your cousin's house?
4
Cool.
on Atlas rockets, all of which were successful. And although they didn't get into space soonest, as had been their goal, they learned incredibly important things about launching rockets, enduring space, and surviving re-entry. However, when NASA announced the Apollo program in 1960 with its intention
This
to
is
reach
my
the
face,
moon,
Kylo.
it became clear that far more knowledge would be needed. Mercury had seen its final mission put an astronaut in space for a day and a half, but a trip to the moon and back would take 8 days.
Welcome from
Also,
Tennessee, Tony.
NASA decided the best way to get to the moon
Got a
would be
barbecue?
to use
Cool.
the
Good
Lunar
stuff.
Orbit Rendezvous method. The plan required them to perform perhaps
Welcome,
the most
everybody. Thank you for the
difficult
hearts.
maneuver in space travel, docking
Everybody who's new here and so inclined as to subscribe and like, thank you and welcome to the family. Keep in mind that you're going to have to manually go to my channel to see my videos because YouTube does not push them, even to my subscribers. So, there you go. Crack jokes with them, and sorry, it wasn't me. Bruce Lab Doctor is a very good acquaintance of mine. I haven't seen it in a minute. I was trying to.
Outside the spacecraft became necessary during transit.
Okay.
And finally, more practice would be needed.
What's the
with
thing in the
entry
sky?
techniques,
I don't know.
particularly touching down at a pre-selected location on
Oh, there you
Earth,
go, Amanda.
although in the
Almost to the
Apollo
first
missions,
step of
this
being
was not
monetized.
on top of that,
It's all good,
the
the
Soviet
sunshine, no
Union was
worries.
ahead, and America needed to catch
I
up.
don't know what that is, not
So
sure.
while the Apollo team
Are you
set to work
secretary,
on
not
developing
sure?
its rockets and
For
modules,
Mediocrity?
these extra challenges were handed off to a support mission to work out.
I have some German heritage in me. L.
Project Gemini, which launched 12 missions between 1961
I think I'm like
1966,
a quarter German, something like that. I'm Heinz 57.
was essentially a larger version of the one used on Mercury, now able
Oh,
to
thank you,
hold
Swan the
a crew
Great.
of 2. The rocket used was a Titan II,
I'm just hanging out, the big rabbit.
military missile
Chatting, trying to answer
for the
questions.
purpose of discovery.
I got nothing else better to do but to hang out with y'all, so.
That technology. For Project Mercury,
President not
the
sure,
Mercury
that's right.
spacecraft could do little to redirect
Right now, it is starting to get cooler,
space rendezvous was going to happen.
but it's still nice. It's still in the 70s and 80s.
Spacecraft was given an orbit attitude and maneuvering system to allow it to change its orbit and orient while in space.
Yeah, we were supposed to get an inch of rain today. I didn't see it, though. Didn't happen.
By the launch of Gemini 5,
Either that or it happened late at night, and that was it.
entire week in space. To play it safe, days by Gemini 7, 6 more days than would be required for a trip to the moon. While there was a lot of success with these missions,
I'm not geopolitically aware enough sim baking to make a good judgment on that.
This mission was to meet up with and dock with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle.
Both
which had been
great
launched
with Brondo.
The first part of the mission went
These nuts.
with the docking being a success. But while Armstrong and his co-pilot
I don't know about that, Swan the Great. Maybe we'll see. I'm not into Roblox.
This could be catastrophic. If the
Have you slapped Doctor?
Gemini ship while the two attempted to undock, it could cause fatal damage to their craft. Furthermore,
That's what Plant's great. That's right. That's right.
If the thruster was firing when it shouldn't be, then it would be using up valuable fuel that was needed.
It's got electrolytes.
The correct way for re-entry. If they were not facing
My profile name on X is Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure.
and by firing one of the opposing thrusters, they were able to slow the two
Ran there the past 2 days.
able to get back into the Gemini craft. And
Fortnite. I don't think I've ever played Fortnite either.
they realized then that
Actually,
it could
a
be
good
the
plant
Gemini
food
craft
that's the
thrusters
same
that were
color.
firing. Both astronauts were close to passing out. However, they managed to fix the fault.
I've heard a few people say that I remind them of a particular wrestler. I don't remember his name either, though.
Stopping his tumble. He managed it with only 30% fuel remaining.
Steve. I don't know why you said that.
Reinforced the importance of being able to perform EVAs
Of course I do, Joshua. What kind of question is that?
And so, Gemini also saw missions where astronauts practiced going outside.
I play Diablo 2 primarily. It's my favorite game when I do play games.
30-minute spacewalk, proving that with proper rests, work outside the spacecraft was indeed possible. This also gave engineers ideas on ways they could make it easier, such as
Now,
installing
so I
components
got
into
like
places
4
in the
days of
craft.
rain. Oh yeah?
All in all, it
Yeah.
was through the work of Gemini and Mercury that the foundation was laid. Thanks to
Triple
the discoveries
H.
made on both of
Let
these
me look him up.
programs, NASA was making strides
I've heard of him, I
towards
just don't
objectives
remember what he
to
looks like.
It also started to close the gap between it and Russia. It would now be up to Apollo to take the last steps. Thanks for watching.
I don't look like him. What are you talking about?
Astronauts on Patreon. If you think these videos add some educational value to the world and want to give them more stability than the algorithm, you could become
I don't look like him.
contribute towards their creation. When you join, you'll be able to watch the whole video ad-free, see your name in the credits, and submit questions to our team. Just sign up with the link in the description. Once again,
Hello, John
huge
Cat.
thank you from myself and the whole Astrum team.
Let me go ahead and set up another video here. This is Jupiter.
Jupiter, a place of colossal storms, deadly
Jupiter.
radiation, and captivating beauty. A powerhouse whose mass is so great it influences.
Oh, it looks like I already
the sun
watched this
itself.
one.
Jupiter
All right, let's
is
go to
thought
Saturn
to
then.
be one of the most
Let's go to Saturn. How about that? Same area, just closer to the coast.
When it comes to Saturn, it's hard to summarize just how lucky we were to have the Cassini-Huygens mission. 4 robotic probes have visited Saturn, but of those, Cassini-Huygens has hands down been the most impactful. And I mean that both literally and scientifically. Its data has provided the bedrock for over 4,000 research papers. It discovered
I
6
guess,
elements
Avery.
and helped us better understand their composition. It survived 20 years, traveling 7 billion kilometers, and spent 13 of those years around Saturn itself, gathering data on
I don't
Saturn's
either, these
gravity,
sunshine.
magnetosphere,
I have peripheral
terrain,
vascular disease, so I really don't like cold weather.
and Cassini kept gathering data right up until the last moment of life. As it
Just to say,
plunged
now you're
into the
invest-
depths of Saturn's atmosphere and ultimately broke into thousands of
I've
pieces.
never heard of that Swan the Great.
Couple that with the fact that it provided some of the most jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring
Hey, Luke
evidence
Nukem, how you doing?
and the solar system to date.
What's his favorite pasta sauce?
One hell of a mission. I'm Matt,
Alfredo.
and you're watching Astro. Join with me
I've never seen a
Let's
human
go
being.
to the grand finale.
Well, thank you,
Where
Itzel. That's
time
very nice of
will
you to
die,
say.
what it discovered before an intriguing
Rouse.
flange, and
Rouse.
continuing to be made to this day from the clues that Cassini-Huygens provided
Tube
us.
streets and getting
If you want to
hooked.
see Saturn's
Hook,
beauty,
line, and
there's
sinker.
no better way to do it than through
Yes,
the
of
eyes
course.
of Cassini in its grand finale. The first probe to reach Saturn was the Pioneer 11 probe in 1979. It was at this time that scientists confirmed that Saturn's largest moon, Titan, had an atmosphere. They knew they had to go back and visit the moon, but this time with a lander. Now, Voyager 1 and 2 were
Good to see you,
already
Peyton.
en route to
Back to
Saturn,
playing RuneScape. Take
so
care.
naturally
Yeah,
it was
okay.
too late to include
Yeah, thanks for
lander
stopping by,
repair
buddy.
missions. Thus, Cassini
Happy
Huygens.
Saturday to y'all.
And in October 1997, it was launched into space. Getting a spacecraft to Saturn is no mean feat, as the whole trip was combating the gravity of the sun, trying to pull Cassini back to the inner solar system. So, to help achieve the speed needed to reach Saturn, Cassini used planets as gravitational assists. It flew by Venus twice, before returning back to Earth. Earth's gravity then slingshotted it towards
It's nice to,
Jupiter.
well, it's nice to meet you too, The Sunshine. You've been very pleasant.
To reach Saturn.
Hopefully, in the very near future, The Sunshine.
Allowed these gravity assists only occurs once every
Thank you, Glenn.
600 years, so timing in this case was crucial. And Cassini really scraped past Earth for the second time around too. It was only 1,100 kilometers above Earth's surface at its closest approach. This
Oh, I'm
is
sorry to hear that, Slap Doctor.
interesting when you realize what actually powered Cassini. It was by 3 RTGs, or radioisotope thermoelectric generators. Basically, the power source came
What?
from about 33 kilograms of radioactive plutonium. It's this radioactive decay which gave Cassini power.
New Jersey Burger King, huh?
It still produced about 700
No bueno.
watts. The issue with the spacecraft carrying this radioactive substance was that if scientists had gotten their calculations wrong and they crash landed on Earth, everybody on the planet would have been exposed to the radiation. Now, 33 kilograms spread out over the whole Earth is a very small amount, but in the worst case scenario, NASA estimated it would have caused about 5,000 deaths from cancer. They put this down as an acceptable risk though, as the chances of this happening were only 1 in a million.
I ordered the original crispy chicken sandwich and it was uncooked. Oh, no.
For the sun to power something so distant. With RTGs,
You calling me a pinhead?
a very long operational life, and it might still be able to carry on even now if it wasn't for the fact that it eventually.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking? Just kidding.
Cassini had numerous objectives: to understand the structure and dynamic behavior of Saturn's rings, explore Saturn's moons more fully, measure the magnetosphere of Saturn, study Saturn's atmosphere, and study Titan more extensively. This last part is where the
It was
Huygens
straight
part
salt?
of Cassini
Oh,
Huygens
man.
comes into play.
Ugh.
You see, Huygens was a lander attached to the Cassini spacecraft, designed to see what was going on under the hazy clouds of Titan. Huygens is the part of the mission built and operated by
Yeah.
ESA, the European Space Agency. The probe was only about 1.3 meters wide. And
No
weighed
pinhead,
300
especially the
kilograms.
good old comic
It
books.
detached from the orbiter and spent
Spicy chicken
2 days
deluxe
in
meal
space
from McDonald's.
before entering Titan's atmosphere.
To each their own,
The
Tristan.
only system aboard that was active at this point was the
Triple
due to wake up the
H. I
probe
don't look like Triple H.
15 minutes before it entered the atmosphere. And when it woke up,
Where the 11 herbs and spices were. Yeah.
this video is an actual sped up version
Chicken
of
nuggets.
2.5-hour descent.
Your nugs.
The main mission of Huygens was actually about this descent, taking readings from the atmospheric pressure, its composition, wind speed, and so on. And because the mission was only to measure atmospheric readings, battery life wasn't expected to last long beyond the landing. The scientists
What about
thought
preparation
they would
H?
be landing on an ocean or lake,
Ha, I'm funny.
so had to set up Huygens accordingly.
Got a refund from Carl's Jr. so 2 meals one night. Yeah.
On what could be the bed
Oh, thank you, the kitty piggies. Or the kitty pigs.
The mission for Cassini itself has been remarkably successful. As well as scientific data it has picked up over the course of
I'm gonna
those
grow it out a
30
little bit more.
years, it has been able to provide some of the
Just
most
double tap the
stunning
screen with.
pictures found in space.
Oh, that's
It does
gross.
showcase
Uno
some of the
cerveza.
favorites of Saturn.
Uno
Of
cerveza.
course, Saturn's moons are beautiful in their own right too, and some very dedicated souls have even taken 1 million photos Cassini has taken to show us what it would be like to be sitting on the Cassini spacecraft. These are
No
real
refund. I was
images.
hitting the
They've
throughway
been
home.
corrected
F Slim
enhanced,
Jims
and put
and
in order to show
burritos from
movement.
gas station.
There's no
Oh,
CGI.
ew.
It's simply amazing.
That can be a problem, all right.
As Cassini's fuel began to run low, scientists began to
Chiron,
consider
get on
how
your mat.
best to get the
Get on your
most
mat.
they could out of the time they had left. To achieve this, they sent commands to Cassini, telling it to perform some very close flybys of
You were lucky you ate in the parking lot for once. Oh,
Saturn and its rings
bathroom
never
close.
had before. Beginning on November 30th, 2016, Cassini repeatedly climbed high above Saturn's North Pole, then plunged to a point just outside the narrow F ring, which is the edge of the main rings, completing 20 orbits in total. Then, on the 22nd of April 2017,
Oh, thank you for the happy poop, Justin. Woo!
final series of
I do not
rings
uno cerveza.
planet on the inner edge of the rings. This was the Cassini Grand Finale, a series of loops and dives that brought the probe closer and closer.
W
to
for the
edge
happy
star,
poop, definitely.
facing greater and greater danger as it flew until finally, as its data became purest, as Cassini would fly into the embrace of Saturn itself, Cassini's chance for annihilation would become certain.
You did not have happy
As
poops.
his website states, the rings of this final mission,
If you could only choose one meal for the rest of your life, what would it be? Sushi.
Cassini will collect some
Sushi.
incredibly rich and valuable information that the mission's
Because you can make sushi into so many different things. And it is so good. Oh, I love sushi.
Gravity and magnetic fields, revealing how the planet is arranged on the inside,
Chiron.
and possibly helping to solve the irksome mission
No.
of how fast
Don't
the
jump on me,
Earth
Atlas.
is rotating. It will vastly improve our knowledge
There's
of
no
the
power in
origins
sushi?
of the the rings,
What do you
bringing
mean?
us closer to understanding their origins. Cassini's particle detectors will
Cookie
sample
dough or
these
dildo? I don't know what you mean.
particles being funneled into the atmosphere by Saturn's magnetic field, and its cameras will take amazing
Frito pie? I
close
don't know.
images of Saturn's rings and clouds. No other mission has explored this.
What do they
unique
say,
region
dog?
so close to the
Dopey
planet.
music, dopey G
What
music.
we will learn from these activities will help
Oh, you know, there's so many
understanding of
options.
the planets
These sunshine
and
tacos are up there
everywhere
too, of course.
involved. At the end of its final orbit, as it
Tacos are
fell into
mwah.
Saturn's atmosphere, Cassini would complete its
No, don't jump on me,
mission
Atlas.
by ensuring the biologically interesting worlds, Enceladus,
Oh yes,
Titan,
burritos are amazing.
would never be contaminated by hardy microbes that may have stowed away and survived the journey intact. It's inspiring, adventurous, and romantic, and a fitting end to this thrilling story of discovery. But let's take a closer look at some of these.
What's up, Free Bird America?
During Cassini's grand finale, NASA became willing to trade Cassini's prospects for longevity for a chance at unprecedented levels of closeness to Saturn. This was an easy trade to make. After all, Cassini was running out of fuel. So its
And made
fire
with the
was
ingredients of
ready off the
tacos
table.
to slap doctor.
Making
Yeah,
this
that's right.
decision meant Cassini was given the go-ahead to approach the planet closer than ever before, darting in between the rings. But what did it see? Did this unique perspective show anything we've never seen before? Let's take a look at some of the awesome sights Cassini saw during its grand finale. Well, starting with the moons of Saturn, it has seen some of the shepherd moons in unprecedented detail.
What's up, Raymond?
This is a close approach of Atlas, a 40-kilometer wide moon near the outskirts of the A ring. What looks remarkable about this moon is the lack of impact craters.
Stop.
on its apparently
Stop.
Smooth surface, making it look
The other greens like
absolutely
burgers or
bizarre.
even bat wings.
Dust from the rings is collecting over
Bat
the
wings?
surface, particularly
Sup,
around the
Brandon?
equator of the moon.
Take a
smoothing
trip
it
on my-
over, giving it
What?
its disc shape. A similar thing happened
You
to the
scratch it.
second innermost
Ew,
moon of
that's
Saturn,
gross.
Pan. At 30
Enchilada
kilometers wide,
burritos.
we found in the Encke gap any particles ripples from the rings that stray into the 350-kilometer wide
He
path.
never answered PM or Roach.
This keeps the Encke gap steady and constant.
My favorite kind of movies? Cerebral movies. Like Interstellar, The Martian, Inception,
But due to the gap it is
stuff like that.
located in, its effects can be seen for hundreds of kilometers. It is only 8
What is
kilometers
it?
in diameter.
Horror films, I just find to be stupid. They don't scare me in any way.
Its gravity is
The only movie that it scared me at all ever was Signs, and it's only semi-horror.
This creates these waves or a ripple effect created by rings.
Conehead, yeah.
Sometimes even ripping material directly out of the ring, visible in this
Hello,
little
who
track
am I?
here. Not only do these ripples move,
Go ahead, who am I? I am all ears.
down too, as can be seen
And a
by the
nose and
shadows
eyes
they
and a
create.
mouth.
I can only imagine what it would be like to sit on Daphnis and
Howdy,
watch
Gigglefish.
follow its orbital path with glorious Saturn and his many moons in the background. It would be quite a sight to behold.
Oh, those are 3 paintings, Dre.
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 Been able to capture some spectacular images. One of my favorites from the grand finale is this one, showcasing the Janus 2-1 spiral density wave. Amazingly, what you are looking
They
at
say
here
guys who like
is a
sushi
natural
are good
process
with
that
chopsticks
creates
and know how to
stellar
handle something
galaxies.
raw.
Just much more
Nice,
time than
Roach. That's
There
right.
appears to be many separate rings, but actually only 2 spiral
Science had
arms
me
looping
at
around
2.
the
I
planet
was like
many
4
times.
years
So
old, and
every
I also
second
watched
time you
Jeepers
see an
Creepers
image
that
belongs to
weekend.
the
Let's
same
say I had
spiral path.
nightmares. Oh, goodness
This image
gracious.
is powerful.
Sheesh, you were 4 years old when
The
you saw it,
position of
huh?
the ring orbits twice for every one
Man.
orbit of Saturn's moon, Janus, causing an orbital resonance.
I would say you're a youngin',
This
but you're
photo
really
gives the
not.
illusion that the image is tilted
That would
away
make
from the
you
top
like
left,
29,
but
wouldn't it?
this isn't the case. The illusion is created by the way density waves move around the
Roach.
planet.
I do too.
Resonance. And this is where the resonance gets even more mind-blowing. Janus,
Oh.
the moon that contributes to the resonance, switches positions every 4 years with its close neighbor moon, Epimetheus. Every time this switch takes place, the rings respond, creating a new crest in the waves. NASA says the distance
Oh,
between
hello,
the
SpongeBoy.
pair
How you
of
doing?
crests corresponds to 4 years worth of the wave propagating downstream from the resonance, which means the wave seen here encodes many decades worth of the orbital history of Janus and Epimetheus. According to this interpretation, the part of the wave at the very upper left of this
Yeah.
image corresponds to the
I understand,
positions of
Slap
Janus
Doctor.
and Epimetheus around the time of the Voyager flybys in 1980 and 1981.
Yeah, I was born in '89, so first time I watched that was a year after the movie came out. It was like 2000, 2001, right around there.
Reminds me a bit of a tree trunk.
And,
How many years it's been
Oh, no.
alive.
It was like 2004, I think I saw it. I don't know. Somewhere around there, but I was like 14 years old.
Apart from other beautiful
I have not
detailed
Virginia,
pieces of
and
rings,
I don't think I ever will.
have been these little propeller features dotted around the rings in a number of locations. This image
Well,
shows
that's
both sides of
different,
the
PM
rings.
Mastery.
The top image shows the illuminated side, and the bottom the unlit side.
Nightmare Before Christmas is awesome.
Try to figure out details. Even though the scale of the image
And
is
kids can actually watch that one.
so the moonlit might not even be able to be resolved. You might just be able to see some trace of it in this top image, but what can be seen is that the moonlit is physically connected to the rings by this band of materials. As I mentioned, this wasn't the only
If you
moonlit
say
with
so,
a
Jew
great
Ring.
gap in the rings. Here is another.
A degree of what,
It's the
Rebel?
Encke gap. And here is another. And probably the biggest
Of what,
of
Rebel?
all 3. None of these moonlets are thought to be bigger than 2 kilometers, and probably have the density of a snowball. The last interesting thing Cassini was able to image within the rings is extremely small but solid objects which are formed around the F ring, potentially caused by the perturbations of some of the shepherd moons around there. They seem to be solid, as they have survived crashing into the F ring a number of times, kicking out dust
I don't know what you're
particles
talking
which
about, Rebel.
sometimes then even follow their orbit, as can be seen
Are you
by
talking
the
about
haze around them.
what degree of Freemason I am?
Themselves are not actually
I'm
visible
not a
due to
Freemason.
dust obscuring the view. Lastly, let's look at the planet itself.
Chris
As
Jericho?
Saturn's northern hemisphere
Oh,
is
another one I'm gonna have to look up.
time
I don't know who that is.
Powerful hexagon around the pole
I do
is
game up
full of
every
fury.
day.
In the center of the hexagon is found a permanent polar vortex with an eye wall of a massive hurricane. Interestingly, the pole seems to be changing color with the season, as you can see quite clearly in comparison to 2012.
Oh man,
The pole appeared quite dark
some of the
in
people
color.
you guys say I look
With
like.
the assistance of other wavelengths of light, other storms are visible and can be seen
Okay, I guess.
all over the planet, as well as bands reminiscent of Jupiter.
Favorite book in the Bible, probably the Book of Job, just because it's so hard to accept, and I'm trying to learn from it.
Good look at the planet's horizon. On the left of the image can be seen a haze in the stratosphere of the atmosphere that disappears towards the right of the image. You can see
Nothing. I just use shampoo.
It was thought
Angel,
survived to even reach this haze.
Angel.
However, scientists weren't too worried about that. What was of particular interest to scientists
Angel
is what
gig?
the atmosphere consists of.
I don't know.
Cassini would dive into that atmosphere.
Have you
to find
looked
that
into
information.
Orthodox Christianity? I've looked a little bit into it.
Making the last readings
Holy
that
White
Cassini
Knight.
would ever send. But
Not
a
really.
week before it entered the
I don't
atmosphere,
really,
Cassini was still taking images.
I don't really condition. I just
Some
use
of
shampoo.
These final images are fantastic, although be aware that Cassini is not capable of real-time video capture. The videos I'm about to show you are time lapses, the splicing together of countless individual images into glorious visualizations.
I hear you, the White Knight,
Would be
for
like
sure.
to fly with Cassini on his ultimate journey into Saturn.
A nice bun.
Not all of these images are of Saturn itself. The first time lapse we will look at is from the 8th of September 2017, only 1 week before the end of Cassini's mission. One of the main focuses of Cassini during his mission was the moon Enceladus, one of the prime candidates in the solar system to contain life in a subsurface ocean. Cassini discovered
I have not slept, Doctor.
plumes erupting through the moon's crust from this
Chiron,
ocean.
get on your
Water
mat.
which freezes in the space environment and has now formed the beautiful E-ring around Saturn. This ring
They have a
is
peppermint
very
one?
tenuous,
Hmm.
only visible when backlit by the sun, and is potentially the bluest naturally occurring object in the solar system. Here is a great view of Enceladus' effect on the densest part of the E-ring.
I'm more of a dog guy than cats, or over cats, but I do love cats as well.
Cassini's final look at Enceladus' plumes were captured in this remarkable time lapse taken over a 14-hour period. On the 11th of September, Cassini was near the furthest point of its final orbit and captured this beautiful mosaic.
It's an organic soap. Cool.
Visible are the thickest of Saturn's rings, D, C, B, A, and F, with Saturn's short shadow being cast over them. Saturn's
My
northern
friend's
hemisphere
cat
was
tears up their
experiencing summer during
curtains.
this
Yeah, our
which
cats
means
tear
that
up
Saturn's most famous
our
hexagon
sofas.
is visible in all its glory. You can also just about notice Saturn's subtle bands in natural light. What's really interesting about this image, however, is that the night side of Saturn is dimly illuminated. This is due
This
to
question
light
got a lot,
reflecting off the
and
rings,
through His Holy
meaning
Spirit,
Saturn's nights
He
in the hemisphere
told me to read the
facing
Book of
sun
Job.
don't
Towards the
get
end,
that dark.
God was asking like
Below
Job,
the glow of the rings,
like 60
Saturn
something
is
questions that he
pitch black.
didn't have an answer to.
As Cassini began to approach Saturn again on the 12th of September, he took images of Saturn's atmosphere.
Rock on, Clint.
and its terminator
Rock
line.
on.
Incredibly, because
Hey, I don't know if you heard me say earlier, but we've got 8 dogs in this
huge
house.
cloud structures
We're big
seen
dog people.
casting shadows that stretch for many kilometers.
Basically told me,
You
who
may
are
think
you
this
to
is a
question
close-up
me?
of Saturn, but actually, we are looking at a scene about
Essentially, game up.
5,500 kilometers across.
Essentially.
Saturn's moon Titan could easily fit in the shot.
It's a challenging one
Cassini was getting closer and closer to Saturn. On the 13th
for
of
many
September,
reasons.
it appeared one last time at Daphnis. And some of you keen
And a good one.
observers will notice ripples in front of the moon as well as behind. This is due to orbital speeds of the rings and the moon. The inner ring orbits faster than Daphnis, meaning the ripples overtake the moon, exposing more ring material to the moon's gravity. On the other hand, the outer ring travels slower than Daphnis, meaning the ripples lag behind the moon. By the time the ring material reaches Daphnis on either side again, the ripples have already smoothed out. On the same day, Cassini had one last look around the Saturn system. It captured a view of Titan, a The moon it focused on heavily during
How
its
come his
mission.
amazing Job
A
stayed faithful and
remarkable
God blessed him
book
10x
with
more
much better atmosphere.
of what he had?
It also appeared at Saturn's
The
rings,
only
with the uneven
issue
feathering
of the
and
finality of
colors
that book that I have,
and as Saturn got
really,
bigger, it took one last
aside
look
from
at
it being
science over a
kind of a
14-day
game
period
that God was
before
playing with the
disappearing
devil,
from view behind the limb of Saturn.
is
The final image Cassini ever took was looking over the region where
children are not
none of
replaceable.
the atmosphere. It was nighttime here, and so Saturn
They're
was
not.
lit up by light reflected off the rings.
And for God to think, oh, I can take away these children just to give you another set of them, and that's going to remedy all that I did.
And scientists wanted
No.
to get every bit of data real time before the spacecraft was destroyed. This was a unique opportunity.
Of course, there's more to it than that, but that's the primary difficulty that I have with the story, because I can accept the quote-unquote game that he's having with the devil. Whatever, if you're facing the pain, fine. But God took away all of his children.
At this point, Cassini was 1,900
Wearing the color of Saturn? What are you talking about? This is black.
Later, these thrusters were firing at maximum capacity to keep Cassini from spinning out of control.
Retired wolf handler? What?
Saturn's atmosphere, but this atmosphere was also heating Cassini up. Just
About
10
Noah when the
seconds
ark
later,
closed.
the thrusters were overcome,
And what about a
Cassini
game up?
began to tumble, cutting off communication with Earth. Cassini's onboard computers at this point
A lot of people
would be
want to
trying
push
figure out
their
what was
how
going wrong.
things should be without
Gyroscopes and
compromising
star trackers would
these
tell the
days, it
computer that it was
seems.
spinning, and it would likely have gone into
Yeah.
safe mode to divert power in an attempt to right itself.
Don't know what you're talking about, Astro Apple.
Spacecraft would have disintegrated altogether,
Revel,
end up in Saturn's
if you don't cut that out, I'm going to time you out.
As data started arriving one and a
Because
half
you're not
hours
answering
later,
my question.
this final
What
part
are you
mission
talking
seemed
about?
to be a
You
great
don't answer me,
success.
I'm going to
Cassini
time you out.
recorded data from direct analysis of Saturn's atmosphere, its ionosphere, dust particles in the atmosphere, and from magnetic field measurements, and perhaps more that has yet to be uncovered from the data. And that's the amazing thing about the Cassini mission. It just keeps on giving. Science papers and discoveries are still being made as the data it collects is analyzed and re-examined. What have we discovered from Cassini's data in the years since his groundbreaking mission?
I'm not a Freemason, I told you that, Revel.
Be aware, some of the things Cassini has learned about Saturn has only served to make the planet even stranger. You may think you know Saturn.
I tried becoming one at one
Its
point,
rings are the largest in the solar
and
system. Its hazy yellow surface
I
is
never
often
followed through, and
enigmatic
neither did they.
and instantly recognizable.
I'm not a
It is
Freemason.
the second largest planet, the least dense, and the sixth from the sun.
I don't have any
And yet,
black
Saturn
belt.
is an enigma. There is a vast mystery.
Okay, good for you, Big Earn 0827.
Uncovered by the Cassini probe, one that the scientific community still does not have consensus about. Saturn behaves in ways
I don't know what you're talking about,
conventional
Astro
models
Apple.
claim is impossible, from its temperature to its magnetosphere to even
What is,
the very
Jason?
length of its days. What is going on with Saturn? And what
What's
are
that,
our
Doctor?
best attempts at explaining these baffling phenomena?
Okay.
The Cassini probe arrived at the gas giant on the 1st of July 2004. It was not the first probe to arrive at Saturn. 3 others had already done flybys. However, it was the most thorough. As we have already mentioned, it spent 13 years circling the planet, collecting reams of data using its various
To what degree of
spectrometers,
latitude?
magnetometers, and other equipment. The knowledge
I've been
it
trying
gave
to
us
reach
has been a
you
huge boon.
about your vehicle's extended warranty, that's right.
Saturn's mysteries.
All the way on
For
Saturn,
example,
right?
that hexagon storm at Saturn's North Pole. The edges of this 29,000 kilometer wide storm could each fit the Earth comfortably inside, and as best as we are able to tell, does not shift its longitude,
Hello, oui, oui.
remaining fixed at its location.
Oui, oui, je ne sais pas. Parlez-vous françois?
Unlike the rest of Saturn's swirling clouds, pushed along by its up to 1,000
That's right, Clint
power
Torres.
winds. The storm
Got the
is
extra mile, yeah.
undeniably a strange one. Scientists do not yet have a full explanation for it. Although there are some lab experiments that have created close approximations to hexagons on much smaller scales. But it is not alone. As the mountains of Cassini data started getting analyzed in the years since the end of its mission, more mysteries
Zero,
started
Skipper
coming in.
Jones.
It started with a fairly innocuous question. How long is a day on Saturn? Although we've watched Saturn in our sky for thousands of years,
Am I supposed
scientists
to
don't yet
part
have
my
a
hair
definitive
according to the
answer.
cowl I come back
After
in?
all, it wasn't as simple as looking up at the planet and seeing how long it took for its rocky core to rotate. Saturn's thick,
Well, there you go, Slap Doctor.
obscures
How many
any
degrees in
landmarks
masonry?
that might exist
Oh, you
along
gotta
the
be kidding me.
concept's
Cut
globe,
it out, wee wee.
and those clouds move at different speeds to the core due to wind.
What,
The rings
Michael?
themselves orbit Saturn at different speeds.
Thank you, Clint.
So
Welcome to the
even some
family.
this
Glad to
mission,
have you here, buddy.
you can't look at how fast they
Remember,
orbit,
like I've been saying, you
it's
gotta
the same.
manually go to my channel to see my videos because YouTube does not push them,
The rings are no
even
different.
to subscribers.
Rather cleverly, scientists do have techniques.
That's
for
right, Big
figuring out
Earn.
the rotation of a gas giant.
Reminds me of a guy who constantly comments on Timcast IRL.
That this
I
method
think
might be
he has
used.
the same name, actually.
Planets with magnetic fields produce them via a dynamo effect. As the planet rotates, liquid metal in the core spins
Tenfold.
and shifts, and this colossal motion
Well, thank you, Skipper Jones. I try to be.
creates massive currents of energy, which in turn produce magnetic fields. One feature of this is that, thanks to this rotation, the pole of this magnetic field is always off from the axis of rotation for the planet itself. If the two lined up, the magnetic field wouldn't survive for long. So all you have to do is detect the magnetic fields around a planet, which Cassini could do, and watch as the magnetic pole shifts in a circle
Oh,
around the
sheesh.
axis of the planet. Once the magnetic pole has completed one rotation, you have your day. Only Saturn apparently does not play by the rules, and its magnetic pole is almost perfectly aligned with its axis of
Sounds
rotation,
about right,
so
Big
all
Earn.
accuracy of less than 0.1 degree. And, in spite of dynamo theory claiming that this should be impossible, Saturn's magnetic field is alive and well. Its magnetic moment is 580 times more powerful than Earth's, and is extremely influential on the Saturn system as a whole.
Yes, I would. Tex Menage's new Began
As
clips.
it is impossible under dynamo theory, but no other method for producing such a field is proven.
I
Either
try to be,
the
Michael.
planetary dynamo is at play in Saturn's core, but some other effect is occurring in the atmosphere to
What about
cause the magnetic
coconuts?
field lines to be perfectly aligned with the axis of rotation, or we are observing a completely new method of producing a magnetic field. in
No,
Saturn.
Tex Menage's
So
blah blah blah.
it was back to the drawing board for
Scared of
solving
what?
Saturn Day. Fortunately, radiation proved to be of more help. Saturn is an electrically live system. Charged ions move between the layers in its atmosphere, even between its rings and its ionosphere. Scientists noticed that Saturn emitted radio waves as a result of all the magnetic fields at play, and these radio waves rose and fell in
I suppose
intensity.
so, wee wee.
In fact, it seemed to mirror what you might expect to see as a result of the planet rotating. Higher levels of radiation.
I do agree,
appeared
Big Earn
in the level of
0827.
As a result, scientists
The difference
concluded
between
with
being
some
silly and being
certainty
abusive,
that
and I don't
this was
mind
Saturn's
people
day
being
length.
silly.
Their initial estimate based on Voyager data was 10 hours, 39 minutes, and 23 seconds. It was hoped
This
that
guy
Cassini
won't
would
tell
be
us
able
what
to
the
improve the accuracy of this figure. Initially, Cassini
How did
was able to
Pinocchio
do so,
realize he was made of
but
wood?
then it got
His right
really
hand
weird.
caught
It wasn't
fire.
Cassini's study of Saturn.
Yeah, there you go.
Started to shift. It drifted about 1% over the course of a year, sometimes rising, sometimes falling. This almost seemed to imply that the planet itself was altering the speed of its rotation, sometimes speeding up and sometimes slowing down. To be clear, a planet as massive as Saturn should not be doing that. As such, scientists concluded that this wasn't happening, and some effect must be once again muddying the waters around Saturn.
I just didn't want to cut my hair. I wanted to let it grow out.
Shifts in the fields, making the radiation
I think you are a
fluctuate
Mason.
with
I think he's just
hiding the
trolling.
true rotation of the planet beneath a cloaking shimmer.
Difference between a cow and a
Another key
horse.
consequence of the
What,
Planet's
Mills?
magnetic field is the auroras that shine at Saturn's poles. But while on Earth, our auroras are the result of solar wind interacting with our atmosphere, it is thought that this does not account for the auroras on Saturn. Cassini detected that at least some of them occurred regardless of what the solar wind was doing at the time.
Horse stew is
meaning
good.
Saturn's auroras are non-solar originating. Something strange must
What's
be
the
going
difference,
on
yeah?
inside Saturn.
Hey, dude, it's so inspiring to
It was
see
hotter
someone
than it
with.
ought to be too. It radiates
Oh,
out into
you're
space
hilarious,
twice
man.
as much as it receives from the sun. And while some of this may just be gravitational compression of the planet, the rest needed some other way to account for it. Ultimately, all of this needed some unifying explanation. And fascinating.
I am watching
thanks to
Astrum.
Cassini's data,
It is a
we
YouTube
discovered
channel.
that all of it may
We
lie within
horse milk.
Saturn's ecosystems.
Dedicated to space.
Saturn is a
You
gas
know,
giant.
I guess
It is
different
almost
strokes for different
entirely
folks
made
did
of
set
hydrogen
something
and
or other,
helium.
but
All of this is
they really
gas,
shouldn't be doing that.
as the great mass of Saturn means that the deeper into its atmosphere
Hello,
you
Ali.
go,
How you doing?
the more intense the heat and pressure that you are subjected to.
Okay,
It is
good for
thought
you, Mint.
that this pressure forces gaseous hydrogen to become liquid metal. Some scientists theorize that this liquid hydrogen, or perhaps even hydrogen compressed so densely that it becomes diamond, rains down into the depths of Saturn, and the friction this generates explains some of Saturn's unusual heat. But the rest comes from the auroras. Although these are not fully understood, it is thought that they are the product of electrically charged particles coming into Saturn from its rings and moons. Whatever their source, these auroras may be creating enough heat
Oh, thank you,
to
Bubble
warm the
Swayze.
atmosphere of the planet. Temperatures so hot create other effects. Where warm fronts meet cold, powerful winds are formed. It is theorized that these winds carry charged ions around Saturn's upper atmosphere, and these electrically charged winds are what is skewing the data from Saturn's radiation, causing its variance. Perhaps such motion of electrical currents might also explain why Saturn's magnetic fields are not where they are supposed to be. This could be caused by a conductive layer within Saturn's clouds, moving at a different speed to the others, creating fields of their own. At least, so goes the explanation. In all this, it should be clear that many of these answers lack final proof. Scientists are trawling through the data given by Cassini, hoping for further insights. If these are not forthcoming, then ultimately it will take another mission to Saturn to find the answers to these puzzling questions. But what about the length of Saturn's day? Thankfully, this one mystery does have an answer, and it turned out the clue lay in the rings after all. Rather than investigate the electrical and magnetic effect of Saturn on its rings, scientists realized that Saturn would also target them through its gravity. This is fairly obvious, but what was more insightful was that Saturn would not target them uniformly. Saturn is not a perfectly round ball. Any variance in its shape result in variance in its gravitational field. Saturn's rings were a perfect canvas to look out for such variance. As Saturn pulled at its rings with a rising and falling force at certain locations in the rings, it would be able to detect ripples. Scientists started looking for these ripples and located them. By measuring the distance between them, it was finally possible to calculate the length of Saturn's day. They weren't far off. It was 10 hours, 33 minutes, and 38 seconds. And this time, scientists are fairly certain that they've got it right. So, at least this mystery was solved. And yet, Saturn's other mysteries still persist. The next mission to Saturn will launch in 2027 with NASA's Dragonfly, although this will focus more on exploring Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Titan is the most Earth-like object in the solar system, as it is the only place thought to have atmosphere filled with nitrogen, similar to ours, albeit with no oxygen, and rain cycles and liquid lakes on its surface, although these are methane rather than water. So it's understandable why scientists want to give it a look. Still, it means that it may be some time before Saturn's deepest mysteries find themselves themselves answered. Saturn breathes. The winds that might prove to be the lifeblood of the system.
I think they use
well,
the SLS now.
its atmosphere.
Big Earn
Its delicate
0827.
balance of magnetic fields and gravity coax at its rings, keeping them perfectly aligned.
Is an overview of the original land masses and locks that were
Saturn may
made.
be over 4 billion years old.
And yes, the
There's
Stonehenge
evidence
shows that the
rings
areas
may
are
only
open.
formed in the last 100 million years.
Interesting.
And they are slowly draining back down into
We
Saturn's
do,
atmosphere. So
we do.
in another 100 million years, they may be gone. This is sad to me.
Not all of them.
I also feel strangely fortunate. If humanity hadn't arrived when we did,
Okay,
we might
you're
miss this
just.
beautiful cosmic
Nah.
sight. It may be unscientific to say that. as
Hey,
far as
musky
our
face.
choice in whether it gives us
Just hanging
the gift
out.
or not, but I'm
Answering questions.
grateful to have been witness to
I'm gonna
the
turn off the
enigmatic
stream in about 5 minutes,
wondrous
though.
world that is Saturn.
So,
And seeing those enigmas
starting to get
before us,
tired.
all the beauty,
Gonna let my dogs out.
all the scientific data, just would not have been possible if it had not been for the incredible Cassini-Huygens. This truly was one of the greatest space missions of our time. Did you think
Yeah, of
space
course,
was
Bubble
silent?
Swayze.
Well, it might be for
Always a
audio
pleasure.
or compression waves. But what if you were in orbit around Saturn, listening for radio and plasma waves? The Cassini spacecraft
Damn
orbited
hippies.
around Saturn for 15 years, had a radio and plasma wave science instrument on board that could pick up what you are hearing now, being emitted by Saturn and its moons.
Picture what a parabolic airplane could possibly be. It's one of those airplanes that dives and then comes back up gently. They're designed to do it. It's not wee wee.
Waves have been compressed for our benefit, converting roughly 30 minutes worth of radio waves to a minute's worth of audio waves. This wasn't just done to create a creepy audio file, but it had real scientific purpose, which was to examine the source of these radio waves. In the case of this audio file, the source was Saturn's aurora. You see, the sun is always blasting out bits of its mass in the form of electrically charged particles, called the solar wind. Planets with magnetic fields surrounding them redirect this solar wind around the planet to its poles, where the charged particles impact the planet's atmosphere, or more specifically, its ionosphere. This impact causes particles in the atmosphere to become excited, or in other words, the collision ionizes the particles in the atmosphere, causing them to emit electromagnetic radiation. We can see this ionization with our own eyes in visible light, but aurora also emit radio waves, which we need special instruments to detect. Like
It's made of Gouda, Big Earn.
These radio waves bounce around within the planet's magnetic field, which is where Cassini picked them up. How do we know this? Through another audio file. What you are listening to here is the Cassini spacecraft passing through the bow shock of Saturn's magnetosphere.
Oh, touche, Big
As
Earn.
I mentioned, Saturn has a large magnetic field surrounding
It is Swiss.
called the planet's magnetosphere, which deflects the solar wind around it. For the first section of the audio, Cassini is outside of Saturn's magnetosphere. Outside the magnetosphere, radio sources are quiet, and there is calm in the audio. Then, Cassini's orbit takes it through the magnetosphere's boundary, called the bow shock, which is the place where the magnetic field and the solar wind collide. There is a sudden increase in radio waves. Past the bow shock, Cassini begins to detect a lot more radio waves bouncing around Saturn's magnetosphere.
I have not, Luke.
Noticeably different from the outside of the magnetosphere. But
Ow.
Cassini heard a Cassini also made some close approaches to Saturn, listening closely to the planet itself. Saturn has a thick and dynamic atmosphere, with massive storms spanning the planet. One such storm sounded like this.
Should watch it. Definitely one of my favorite of all time. Also, a good one is Primal. Okay.
What you are listening to here are radio waves being generated by lightning in one of Saturn's storms. It may sound small and almost puny, but remember that this is not the representation of audio you are. These lightning strikes are so powerful that Cassini could detect their radio waves in space. To give you some kind of scale, scientists estimate that the lightning in Saturn's storms are roughly 1,000 times more powerful than typical lightning on Earth. To get this close to Saturn, Cassini had to pass through its rings. During flybys like this, Cassini listened. What do you think could be the cause of this audio?
Well, thank you, Hellisher.
Cassini
That's
was
very kind of
traveling
you.
extremely fast around Saturn, as 121,000 kilometers per hour. As it orbited through the Janus Epimetheus
Mm.
a very faint and
I
dusty
think the
ring,
left one, Ruby.
it would impact tiny particles, which would vaporize into clouds of plasma. These tiny charged explosions could then be picked up by Cassini's radio and plasma wave science instrument, and these impacts were then converted into the audio you are now hearing. The increased frequency of these impacts showed the densest part of the ring, and as the impact subsided, it indicated that Cassini was moving away from the ring again. Cassini tried this again later in the mission, except this time through a
THICCC. That's right. It's a thick boy. No, I'll pass on that, Sophia.
You'll notice this time that there wasn't a noticeable increase in collisions. At first, scientists thought this was because the gaps between the rings were just really barren of particles. However, a second orbit through the gap revealed something different. This time, and every orbit after that, there was a noticeable increase in particle collisions. So, what happened the first time? Well, as it turns out, there were particle collisions, but none of the particles in that part of the gap were big enough for the RPWS instrument to detect. Cassini had another useful instrument on board, however, called the Cosmic Dust Analyzer, which could detect particles up to only 1/1,000,000th of a millimeter in size, and this instrument did detect an increase in particle collisions during the fly-through. After passing the ring during the second fly-through, you'll also notice these rising tones. Scientists are unsure what causes these exactly, but it is reminiscent of what Cassini detected earlier in the mission. most interesting source of radio and plasma waves around Saturn is actually its moon, Enceladus. 2 weeks before Cassini plummeted into Saturn's atmosphere, it captured this as it passed by Enceladus.
I'm familiar with Ken Ham. Well, thank you, Tropalium. Trope.
These observations show
Tropaeolum.
that Enceladus and Saturn
Tropaeolum. There we
have a
go.
plasma circuit between the two, much like Io and Jupiter, just perhaps to a lesser extent. Although the strength of this plasma circuit surprised scientists greatly. Cassini was also equipped with a magnetometer. This is what it detected by Enceladus. During the flyby of Enceladus, it was able to detect a bending of the
Needs a
magnetic
firmware
field
update.
indicative of a thin atmosphere, the source of which is likely to be the jets and cryovolcanism near the south pole of the tiny moon. This
My thoughts are
geological
you're a
activity
troll,
shows
Wee Wee.
parallels again to Jupiter's moon Io. The magnetic fields of both planets interact strongly with the ejected atmosphere of the moons, creating a flux tube, or a current of charged plasma particles. There's just one more place that
Oh,
I
thank you,
want to
Evelyn.
look at around the Saturn system, and that is Titan. Cassini's first major objective upon reaching the Saturn system was to launch the Huygens probe towards Saturn's biggest and
Peace.
perhaps most interesting moon, Titan. Although Huygens didn't have its own RPWS instrument, it did have some other instruments. See if you can guess what this is a recording of as it descended towards Titan's surface.
Hal Mills. I am watching Astrum. It is a channel on YouTube dedicated to space stuff.
If you guessed radar echoes, well done. Huygens used this to determine its altitude above the surface.
When it leaves and never comes back. Oh shit. Jimmy.
This is perhaps the most impressive of any of the clips I've shown so far. Why? It doesn't sound that impressive until you realize that this is actual audio taken by a microphone on the Huygens probe as it descended through Titan's atmosphere. This is it leaving the vacuum of space and diving into another world.
Sure, Smitty. Everybody poops.
What you are hearing is exactly what you would have heard if you had been sitting on Huygens as it descended. This gives the clip such an awe and perspective like nothing I've heard before. Somehow, it's quite incredible for me to think about. We often have visuals of other planets, but I'm not really sure if there's anything quite like this out there. And there we have it, the sounds of Saturn and a couple of its moons. Today, I'm super excited. Why? Because I get to show you the amazing planet that is Saturn. As far as the planets go, this is probably my favorite planet outside of Earth, and I think by the end of this video, you may agree with me, because thanks to the Cassini probe, we have some astonishing imagery of this beautiful planet. I'm
Hello,
Alex McCall,
Pixelation.
and you're watching Astro. And in this video, I will not only give you insights into some of the spectacular
I agree,
solar
Ruby Yacht.
images, but I will also give you an overview of almost everything you could want to know about the sixth planet from the Sun. Saturn is big. It's
Hello,
a gas
Evelyn.
giant with an average radius about 9 times that of Earth, making it the second biggest planet in our solar system. I say average radius because its equatorial and polar radii differ by almost 10%. It's 60,000 kilometers at the equator compared to 54,000 kilometers from pole to pole.
Haha, you're funny, Tanschnott.
0.7 grams per centimeter cubed, it is only 1/8 the average density of Earth. However, because its volume is so large, Saturn's mass is over 95 Earths. This low density makes Saturn the lightest planet per cubic centimeter by far, and it's the only planet of the solar system that is less dense than water, about
Hal
30%
Mills.
less. So, if you had a bath toy of Saturn that shares the same density as the planet, it would float. This is because Saturn is 96% hydrogen, which is the lightest of the elements. However, average density doesn't tell the full picture of what a planet is like. Saturn is classified as a gas giant because what we see of the planet is simply gas. It doesn't have a rocky surface under the cloud layer. However, Saturn is most certainly not gaseous all the way through. It's got too much mass for that. You see,
Many people are saying that, Phantom. I don't know why. I don't look like him.
Eventually, the pressure becomes so great that the hydrogen stops behaving like a gas and starts acting like a liquid. So, in a way, under Saturn's atmosphere is a liquid hydrogen ocean. Even further below that, it may be that there is a metallic hydrogen layer, where the pressure is so great that hydrogen starts acting like a metal. And beneath that could be a metallic and rocky core. We do know that Saturn has a very hot interior, reaching 11,700 degrees Celsius at the core. This is twice as hot as the surface of the Sun. If we look at Saturn through the infrared, we can see Saturn's glow, represented in brilliant shades of electric blue, sapphire, and mint green. On the night side, where there is no sunlight, Saturn's own thermal radiation lights things up. This light is generated deep within Saturn, and it works its way upward, eventually escaping into space.
Why, John Von K?
In fact, this infrared image reveals that Saturn radiates 2.5 times more energy into space than it receives from the Sun. You may not have noticed, but Saturn's atmosphere has a banded pattern similar to Jupiter's. If you increase the contrast when you look at images of Saturn, this becomes more apparent. Saturn's bands are much less chaotic than Jupiter's, however, and are much wider near the equator. And ever wondered why Saturn is yellow?
You don't know which is which is which.
Ba-dum.
That's a good one. I like that.
While the atmosphere of Saturn may appear calm, the planet is actually extremely active. The winds on Saturn are the second fastest among the solar system's planets, after Neptune. They can be a blistering 1,800 kilometers per hour. Visible storms are also known to appear on Saturn, like this one that lasted just under a year in 2011. It had been the pattern that every 30 or so Earth years, the planet produces what is called a great white spot, which is a unique but short-lived phenomenon believed to occur once every Saturnian year. However, we have spotted a few of them over the last 30 years. If it does follow a 30-year pattern, though, we can expect another one any time now. Sadly, even if it does happen, we will only be able to see it through the Hubble Space Telescope, as the Cassini mission ended a few years back. Saturn has plenty of smaller storms too, where lightning is often produced. Cassini has even detected the sound of thunder.
Alright, guys. I went a little bit past, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it now. Thanks for all being here to be silly and hang out. And even the trolls, I'm okay with you, as long as you're not being abusive. Hey, Master. 11:02. I will talk to y'all later. Peace. No, it's not, wee wee.
NASA reported